just need a reason. I just need to know what's on your mind. Tell me what you needin'. You can call my name, I'll be around. The sky's falling. That will keep you safe and sound. The sky's falling. That will keep you safe and sound. The sky's falling. That will keep you safe and sound. I just need a reason.
GT Omega, stay ahead of the game.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to a new channel, Subway Surfers. I got a new game here, so I'm just playing it. Game it down here. So yeah.
Stop that.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the finals of BFG 2023. I am your host Kaiser and I'm so excited to kick us off for our last title in this series, League of Legends. Now before the break, we had an exciting round of CSGO. Each team took home 1 point. We had 2 OT matches, but that does put our totals for this evening at Grizzlies with 7 points. Yeah, you guys can cheer. Strathers with 5 points. And your GCU Chargers with 3 points. Yeah, now there still are 3 points available for the day, with each team getting a chance to take home a max of 2 points. So we still have an exciting round of games left for us today. Yeah? Okay, well, who's ready to meet our teams? Yeah? All right.
In the heart of Glasgow, where champions are born and legacies are forged, there's a team that defies expectations. Once hailed as victors, they tasted the sweetness of triumph, but stumbled in their pursuit last year. Now, with unwavering resolve, they are back on the battlefield, eyes fixed on the ultimate prize. Chargers.
Yeah, I'm in your town, I'm coming your way, just wait up. Me and my team ain't taking no L's, I told them you don't wanna play us. We going out town with a flight in the morning, said fuck it, I'm just gonna stay up. Remember last year, I told them the price, and now they all wanna pay up. They hit me now, they coming too late, all I reply is just save up. Me and my guys, we did it ourselves, so no one can say that they made us. They gave me the shit, they trying to guard me, I told them you gotta go straight up. We eating for days, I've been in the gym, I swear that I'm getting my weight up, yeah. Oh, I seen it all, you avert. Hop up in a whip, watch it skirt. I might risk it all for you first. Meet me in the night, shit get worse. I told them all I'm getting it back. I said that I'm...
A force rises from the shadows. They're relentless and unyielding. Born from the raw energy of the city's grunge subculture, they emerge as a symbol of defiance and power, and leave a trail of chaos in their wake. Strathers. Last year, they conquered all. Their dominance unmatched. And now, they rise again, ready to showcase their regal might. From their lofty thrones, they push boundaries of excellence, breaking limits with each decisive play. The elite, the untamed, the invincible. With the weight of the crown upon their shoulders, they return reminding us why they are the true rulers of Glasgow. Grizzlies.
All right, which teams are we cheering for? Oh, let's go. I love those signs. All right, well, at the end of the day, only one university will walk away with the title of BFG 2023 champions and retain bragging rights for the next year. So there's a lot on the line right now. Are you ready to meet your teams?
Caledonian Chargers. UOS Stratus. Caledonian Chargers.
All right, let's hear it one more time for our teams.
And welcome everyone to the League of Legends portion of Battle for Glasgow. I'm Dusk, joined by the, I might say, quite dashing Trajan today. I mean, look at that waistcoat. And we're going to be your caster for this first game here for Grizzly versus Strathers. So talk me through it. What are we looking for?
All right, we're down to the last day here. It's very close. Grizzlies, they are leading. They're 7 points up to Strathers 5. But by this point last year, Grizzlies already won. The door is still open right now, Dusk. Strathers, if they take this win, they could keep their dreams alive to give us a new BFG champion here.
And what I love about the way that this has panned out is it means that this is essentially our most important game of the evening. This decides everything.
Yeah.
If Grizzlies manage to take this, they lock the win for Battle for Glasgow. But Strathers have all to play for right now.
Yeah.
If they win this, then it comes down to their next game. And it's all still to play for. The first place is still up. And whilst Cali, they are sitting on 3 wins. Unlucky, guys. Not quite what we want to see. But they can still play spoiler to both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we will have to pull one out for Cali, but they can still ruin everyone else's day. And for me, you know, I'm sitting kind of pretty here. The eagle-eyed viewers will see my tie. I am an ex-Uni of Glasgow guy. I'm pretty happy with how this is working out. But we're not biased here today. We just want to see some good games. And with the patch we are playing on, the one thing we can guarantee is good games.
Good games, mad games, crazy games, that's what I want to see, because we've got these new items coming through, all these new changes on the patch. How it pans out is entirely up to these players and how they decide the meta is going to work for them. And I think that's what's actually kind of nice about it. You can argue, you know, competitive integrity, it hurts a bit with all these new changes coming through, but part of League, as it always has been, is adaptation.
Yes.
Which team can learn to beat the opposing team first. And when that starts as early as what items are good on this patch, it leaves so much room open for creativity.
Exactly. The items are really the main focus here. A lot of them have been revamped. The crit items, the assassin items, support items. There's a lot of difference there, specifically in the jungle and the bot lane. And that works out quite well for us, because a lot of these teams are very bot-centric. They love to play through those bot lanes. They have some star power down there, and it might become a question of who can enable those stars best here today.
Yeah, and what I think is so fantastic about this is throughout the whole of MSI, the tournament which we're coming off the back of, we had the Aphelios Jinx meta. Now, you might be a fan, you might not be. But I think what we're absolutely getting today is anything but that. Absolutely anything other than those two champions.
Yes, we would love to see anything else. But, you know, with the amount of years of design that went to Aphelios, maybe you just got to give them 200 years of gameplay as well to match up with that. But we would love to see something else. But that is down to the teams. That is down to the coaching, the drafting. We have seen some equally fresh coaches on the stage. Grizzlies coach, shout-outs to the Fez. Absolutely rocking that one, my guy. There he is. You can see him. And we'll see what he has cooking for us today.
And we can't have any of what we're talking about right now. This event doesn't happen if we don't have Charge. So can we get a huge round of applause for Charge for putting this event together for us?
Yeah.
The amazing production here has been second to none, and they've done such a great job in putting this together. And of course, thank you, everyone in the audience, to coming along.
Yes.
So let's get into this.
Let's get into it. All right, let's talk about this matchup, okay? Game number 1, as you said, could be the most important game of the League of Legends block. Grizzlies versus Strathers. Now, I think it's fair to say Grizzlies are the favorites here today again. They won last year. They even have a revamped roster as well, but all of their revamps are kind of upgrades. It's wild how many good players they're fielding here today.
And while strong talent is always such an important factor here, with this level of play, there is that little bit more to play for.
Yeah.
So, Strathers fans, do not count yourselves out.
Absolutely
Your team
not.
is absolutely not out for the count, just because there's some stronger matchups on either side here. All is definitely still to play for.
Yeah, getting into those strong and weaker matchups, you can see the Grizzlies roster here today. Mateo, the Heathen, Voy, Eggreg, and Brian. Now, let's take a quick look at Brian, okay? This is a man who has played genuine semi-professional League of Legends. 2nd Division VCS, that's a region that goes to Worlds, everybody. This man has a cap under his belt. He is a great talent in the bot lane, and they've paired him up with the Heathen, who is the most experienced comp player at this event. He has been to every UK LAN you can think of. He's won them. He's done UKLC, NLC, Insomnia. He's been everywhere.
And now on our team is Strathers on the other side. And I mean, we're talking about competitive experience. Whilst it might not be VCS Division 2, we do have Royboy here, an SEL finalist, getting 2nd place on Bomb Planters, a match that we actually ended up casting. So there's definitely some experience on both of these teams. And I'm really excited to see how that actually ends up coming through, because experienced players, whilst they might not be able to single-handedly carry to the win in games like this, not quite like the solo queue environment, they really can add so much to a team dynamic in terms of how a team talks, plays around objectives, and overall looks at the game.
Exactly. Having players that can recover from a rough start, can form plans to try and recover, is so important, especially in a meta now, which is so up in the air, where no one really quite knows what they're doing. You know, they're trying to find what works. They're trying to find the optimum strategy. And if you have that silver bullet, you can actually just completely destabilize these matches.
Oh yeah, and I mean, with all these new patches coming through, I'm really excited to see which one of these teams has their finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
Which one has it? Because if you think about it, since MSI, we've not had any serious level of pro play. The LEC is still to come back. We're still waiting on some of the bigger regions like that. So who knows? Maybe these two teams in front of us today are pushing forward the meta for what we're going to be seeing in our competitive play.
I don't know what it is about the Scottish lands, Dust, but we always seem to land right when a massive new patch drops. SEL always does it. Now BFG is doing it. We get to be the first global competitive representation of the brand new game that Riot has just released called League of Legends Patch 1310. So we will find out what works and what doesn't. We are going to find out what is the best solution as we get into draft. And now let's talk about what some priorities that we're looking at for here, right? Grizzlies, remember, we're thinking about bot lane because they have a massive start to play through. We're also thinking about jungle. Voy is last year's BFG MVP and has a lot of power picks to pick through.
And we've mentioned, whilst these teams do have a stronger bot side, that of course leads to your sort of inverse conclusion of the top side is slightly weaker here. And we are looking at maybe the champions that can be self-sufficient no matter what. And one champion which we were talking about before we started this game is Ornn. Coming through with a new patch, the ornaments looking incredibly strong. He could absolutely be a strong pick here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it either banned or taken quite early on.
Yeah, for sure. We are waiting to see if Grizzlies are going to kind of accept the all eggs in the bot lane basket with a carry jungle and just go all in on Brian, Mateo, and Greg, pick for a stable lane, pick to scale, pick to enable, or if they are going to try and step up to Oni and Kais, because these could be lanes that are struggling for them. Strathers have the rank advantage. They have maybe arguably a bit of a skill gap in those lanes, and they can create their own threats there that can maybe cover and provide some sort of counter threat to deal with Brian later.
And in terms of the bans that we've seen come out here, the Zed taking away the Yomu's, Assassins, which are quite strong right now. And I think the most notable one from Grizzlies is that Syndra, which is a bit of a no-brainer. Oni, for those of you who are unaware, is, should we say, just a pretty good Syndra.
He's rather good. He's somewhat good. He's been known to play the champion, we can say this. So they are taking that away. And the first pick is Kog'Maw. Okay, we're talking about all eggs in the ADC basket. This is the quintessential pick.
And I think the fact that this comes through as our first pick, no less, shows the strength of this champion on current patch. With the new Guinsu's Rage Blade Mythic, not only is the item itself buffed, the build path to get there is buffed, the item overall is so strong, and Kog'Maw just reads through all the stats and loves every single one.
He absolutely does. And the answer for Strathus here is Emilio. This is a great takeaway from the Grizzlies. It stops them pairing this up with the Kog'Maw, though the Heathen is definitely a player who we will be expecting to play tank engage, even though he's playing Kog'Maw, even though Janna is really broken. It's the Heathen. He's probably picking Leo the Nautilus, let's be honest. And that's a good pick for him. It means he can shot call. But it does mean that the Milio for Strathus gives them great disengage, and that is very good if Heathen's going to pick engage.
And then we see the picks coming through on the other side, the Melio and the Tristana. So talking about characters that can engage, Tristana does have that strong follow-up if she's needing to follow in her team, so it indicates that they might be looking at an angle. And the Melio with the whole team cleanse means that when they do go for that engage, can try and counter out that lockdown somewhat. But again, a lot still up in the air with these two comps, as we see the immediate lock-in on the Kog'Maw Lulu. If it's open, you're taking it. The composition, those two are just so strong together. Yeah,
so we are seeing a bit of a different speed for Heathen, which is interesting. And this is our best of ones. You know, we don't have a best of 3 to adapt through a draft. They are going to have to go for this Kog'Maw Enchanter combo, and they're putting their eggs in Brian. So Heathen may be shot calling vocally, but not necessarily through his play. Now, Voy on the Maokai, he can shot call through his play. He can force a fight if he wants to.
Yeah, there's no better sort of go in, pick a target, and go in champion right now than Maokai, because it is as simple as that W untargetable. Get them rooted, get them locked down, and have your team follow up and get that damage. And on the other side, we see something very similar in the form of the Jarvan. Pick a target and get him in the circle.
Yeah, it really is a lot of disengage and safety for Grizzlies. They did tell me beforehand that they love to play a disengage comp and a scaling comp. And Strathers, they have so much engage. Even though Milio has a good disengage option, they've got Tristana, they've got J4. They can force the issue if they want. And it seems like they really want to try and just destabilize Grizzlies, not give them the freedom to scale up. As we get into the second round of bans, Egg Greg now drawing a target ban on the Jax. Kind of grim for him. This is a guy who we think will probably be weak side, maybe wouldn't be focused, but even his pool has been targeted.
Exactly, and all the champions are sort of narrowed down here. It'll be interesting to see what champions actually do end up coming through for the top side. We see there the Gnar ban, always sort of a safe blind pick. So that indicates to me, I think anyway, the Grizzlies think the Strathers here are going to try and pick something nice and safe for themselves, just try and get something through so that they can maintain that counter pick for the mid lane on last pick.
Yeah, it almost seems like Strathers are trying to force Grizzlies to pick something kind of passive up in that top side. The Ornn is still available, something that we have spoken about that could be a very pivotal pick to be that enabler. It gives you engage and disengage. Those ornaments are so strong on this new patch. Kog'Maw is going to be a menace if he gets the upgraded Rage Blade. So it's a full topside slew of bans, a lot of carries taken away, and some safe picks. And now Strathers, with the Malphite Hover, they might be continuing just down this full engaged path, and there it is.
Yeah, I mean, talk about champions that are just going to be slamming into your face. We have the R button, the Grand Slam straight in. So now I have a feeling that Grizzlies are going to try and lean into this disengage a bit more.
There it is.
And there it exactly is. Ornn being able to pop up so much CC, try and play keep off me for his Kog'Maw here. And the Anivia, there's no better keep away than a literal wall.
I know. I mean, I love the engage comp that Strathers put together, but I'm looking at Grizzlies, and that is just the most toxic disengage I have ever seen. You've got Lulu wall, you've got Anivia wall, you've got Ornn knockup on the Anivia wall. It's a nightmare, honestly, trying to get onto this Kog'Maw. As Strathers, the final pick is the Sylas. Now, you can still Ornn ult, you can still Maokai ult. There's some good targets there, and it's a generally just solid pick in the mid lane still, but I honestly think Strathers might struggle getting onto Brian, but just with the amount of tools that Grizzlies have drafted.
Yeah, and I think, funnily enough, these fights are going to be decided in the first, 15 to 20 seconds maximum. Because what's going to happen is Strathers is going to hit their buttons, they're going to go for it, they're going to send it. And if it works, most of the enemy team's going to be dead.
I imagine so. That is probably what we'd expect.
If they don't get those kills, if Kog'Maw is still alive, you're gone.
Yeah, when the dust settles and he is not dead, you are dead. You are all dead at that point. So Brian's positioning is going to be number one priority for Grizzlies, is make sure Brian's in the right place, make sure everyone who needs to be close to him is close to him, and just try and keep him alive. So they can't even just play the kind of slow scale up in lane, show up to objectives, and just try and play them better style, which you maybe would expect from a team that people assume is kind of the most skilled favorite team to play at the tournament here. And then for Strathers, they're really trying to be decisive, they're trying to be aggressive, and they're trying to maybe catch Grizzlies slipping, maybe not focusing too much.
Yeah, and I think that's always one of these things that comes into play at these tournaments, especially when there's so much pride on the line for all three of these unis, is leading in. We're at 7 points, guys. All we got to do is we just got to take one game and then we win the whole thing. They picked this disengage comp here, a very good composition, but this is a composition which is vulnerable to those early game skirmishes. If they fall far enough behind, they're not going to have the time and the resources that they need to play the fullback game. Because if you're constantly on the retreat, 30 minutes into the game, you're down a couple of dragons and a baron, and you're not looking too good.
Exactly. And on the other side, for Strathers, they have a Tristana, right? It's strong in lane, it's good at mid lane skirmishes, and it's not a bad scaler by any means. It's not Cogmore, let's say this, but with the buff to ADC items, if you are ahead into that mid game, you can just snowball that through for the win. The aim that Riot had on this patch was to lower game time. They don't want them dragging on for ages. So if they get a lead for Strathers and they're able to play with that decisiveness that we've said, they might be able to just snowball it in before the Grizzlies get a chance to make a play, as you've said. And then it's a best of one. That's it. You're done. You know, there's no best of three. You can't adapt. You've already gone one down.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's only the best of one here is going to come into play in all three of these games, as I think it was today. You mentioned earlier in the draft with Grizzlies, you know, pick comfort. There's nothing wrong with that. If Cogmore Lulu is what you're comfortable on, there's nothing better to play on what is one of the biggest and most important stages for you.
Exactly,
so
the biggest stage in Glasgow right here.
Stick to what you're ready for as we get into game here. So, can we get a cheer for these players?
We've got those TSM chants in the crowd. Thank you very much, Glasgow. Wouldn't be the same without you. Unfortunately, you know, TSM, they're moving to the Tier 1 region that is Glasgow next year. That's where they're moving. You'll see them here in BFG24.
Who knows where this team could be going and following this. So I do just want to gauge audience interest here and who we think is going to come out on top. So with a show of loud screams, who thinks Grizzlies are going to take this?
It's a good result. It's a good result.
And where are our Strathers fans? Who are they taking?
Dang.
That is a lot more even than I expected that to be.
Know. The Strathers have faith. They have faith that the BFG crown is still online for them. They've got to take both their games to grab it. And the Grizzlies, they are the favorites here today. But if you lose that one game, your mental goes to shot. You think, maybe I don't know what's going on in this patch. And who knows, the Chargers could come in to capitalize later on.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, as we get into the sort of later games of this, after this one, as we're just sort of standing looking at our game, the spoiler that Chargers can play, just by winning a single one of their game, could completely change the outcome of this tournament. So we immediately see what we're expecting to see throughout this whole mid lane, just early trading damage onto the two of them.
Yeah, so as we go into these early lane matchups, we do have a J4 on one side and a Maokai on the other. Both have very effective ganking abilities in those early stages, so they could look to snowball pretty much any lane they want to. There's decent follow-up across the board, but as we said, we're really looking at bot lane. This is where your scaling carries are, especially for the side of Grizzlies. They need to make sure this lane is topped up.
Just look after your bot. That seems to be the name of the game, and we can see that coming out from both junglers here. We see Jarvan already immediately onto his blue buff. We'll get a clue in a second as to whether Maokai is 3 camping, or I imagine more likely full clearing down into that bot side. And it then becomes a case of who's playing the role of protection and who's playing the role of offense. Who's trying to call the ganks versus who is trying to be there to save them. Because when both of these junglers want the same thing, we can expect to be seeing them here 24/7.
Now this bot lane has taken quite a while to actually get this wave in. J4 is about to wrap up that clear on the bot side. There is no ward in the bot lane brush for this Cogmore and Lulu. If J4 can get there quick enough, he might be able to punish because they're really struggling to get the crash.
And we see the immediate walk out into river. It could be here. They are hovering back, but it seems like their lane positioning gave it away. Damage trading back and forth. Jarvan is walking in here. The W forward immediately flash out. The exhaust goes on onto the Cogmore. Damage is coming through. The heal immediately comes out. He's knocked low, but is safe under his tower. Now the Maokai here on the back half. The flash forward. The W lands onto the Jarvan, and that's going to be first blood for Grizzlies. Can they get another? The damage coming through. It's coming through slowly, but they managed to land it. Is it a triple kill in the bot lane? It is 3-0 in the bot lane. Void looking big, the better jungler coming out on top, and I can see the emotes.
Oh my word, the Grizzlies read it like a book. They were ready. They had excellent disengage as we get the replay coming up here. You can see the way Heathen was positioning. He knows that J4 is going to be there. They didn't go for the ward, and the quick flash from Brian gets him out of safety initially. They know Void's coming around. All they have to do is survive. And then this flash in coming in from the Maokai. Great target selection from him. Here's the clapback, and Brian now is under no threat whatsoever. They can just let rip and it is Grizzlies coming ahead in this bot lane. They need to get Kog'Maw ahead. It's exactly what they've done.
I mean, 3 kills isn't just ahead. That's huge for this early in the game. That's going to accelerate him so much. We already see him coming back the lane with boots and double dagger. He is going to be attacking, and the second that color is getting stacked up, he's going to be cashing that in for yet even more acceleration. So now we're just going to have to give it a cheeky turn around. Throughout this game, we're going to have to see how Strathers are able to put on pressure and maybe make their way back in as we see a skirmish in the mid lane. Silas trading down. The Jarvan is here, saving the EQ for the flash, but Anivia managed to get out. The wall means a lot of damage gets traded back, and then we immediately see the action go back down to bot lane. Very well played.
We see Void coming in. He's trying it again. He wants to keep this train rolling in the bot side, but they are going to get out of dodge. They will not be caught by that one again. So the start that we've had from Grizzlies, there's actually not much pressure on them to do that much for the time being. They've got the start they needed. They are pretty safe on the bot side, and they have these scaling options with the Anivia, with the Ornn. So it's really up to Strathers to formulate a plan B to try and break their way back in.
And while it was a really good trade back on the Anivia there, she did still have to burn her flash. So therefore, when we're actually looking how that game is going to go forward, the gank can simply be re-executed by Jarvan. Jarvan can use that EQ again, and she's not going to have that flash to keep her safe the next time. So it's a case of not only can you survive your flash with the gank, but not only can you survive the gank with the flash, but can you survive it without?
Yeah, exactly. It's really going to be a fine line that they have to walk over this early game. They need to try and get back in control of it. And as we look at the rest of these lanes right here, top and mid, we wouldn't expect them to be super action-packed. The Anivia is great at disengaging from Silas. Top lane is 2 bricks kind of rubbing against each other. There's not going to be too much going on here. So I'm expecting more pressure down the bot lane. Both the junglers are back here for round 2, 3, I don't know. We're probably going to have at least a dozen fights down here as this lane goes on. And here comes the crash.
Yeah, the wave getting in here. The minions are hitting, but it does not look like either jungler is interested. Both shadowing, but it does not look like they're going to call on any play. Yep, and Jarvan takes the recall there. So, no action for now. As you mentioned, and we were talking about it in the draft, you do have those bricks in the top lane, and I think it's very telling that both teams have locked in the Malphite and the Ornn, both characters who are not looking to get too many inherent advantages in the laning phase. You're not looking to be too playmaking, but once that level 6 comes through, the Call of the Forge God, the Unstoppable Force, those are going to be team fight mainstays, and they really are going to help dictate the outcome of not just one individual fight, but the whole game. Yeah,
so we are going to be seeing these builds kind of continuing through the map. I'm watching to see what kind of ADC items they go to. Obviously, we're expecting Kog'Maw to go to the Rage Blade for that on-hit damage to spam it up there. He's not going to have as many good defensive options as he might have before, because now Shield Bow is not a mythic. It does not give you a shield. It doesn't give you that lifeline to keep you alive. Bloodthirster also no longer gives you a shield. So the inherent survivability that we saw a lot of on previous patches for Jinx, Aphelios, Zeri meta is not there. He is a little more vulnerable in that regard. And then if Tristana wants to go for something a bit more burst heavy, maybe go for the Gale Force, which is performing very well, they might be able to index all in on assassinating Kog'Maw, and then you just kind of work out the rest once the AD carry is dead.
And I think the way that is going to play out is whilst Kog'Maw absolutely has lost a lot of survivability, again, if he does manage to survive that initial onslaught, what he's lost in survivability, he has gained in damage tenfold. He is going to be dishing it out, especially to some of these more tanky characters, whether obviously we'll see the Malphite get quite tanky, but Jarvan and Silas also can get a lot of health through their items, so Kog'Maw will absolutely be burning through their health bars, especially with this item and farm lead, which he's getting now. Look at that down in the bot lane, 37 CS up at 7 minutes in.
A massive lead for Brian right here as Greg getting a bit feisty in top lane with a whole 100 damage right there, setting records up on the top side as now we've got Tim into the bot side looking to try and save this lane. Oni's in as well. Look at this dive.
And Brian's just going to go down. The TP comes through, but gets immediately cancelled with the Malphite ult from top lane. They do manage to get a kill back, and most importantly, it's on the Kog'Maw. It's on that high priority target. They can get this wave in. He's going to miss not only the minions, the XP, but they'll get a huge advantage.
Exactly. They're not done yet in this bot side. Roy and Relix is going to take up that plate. They'll get a recall, try and get some more damage down there. And they got the Ghost from Brian. Now, he still has the Flash, and Heathen will have the Lulu ult coming soon. So it's good for Strathers that they managed to find a punish before that ult comes in, because it's about to get a whole lot harder.
And with the items that are coming through, we see this new and improved Rage Knife. Fantastic. Really gold efficient. We're going to see quite a... obviously, it's still Kog'Maw, so it's a slow build, but with Boots and Rage Knife coming through here, this is going to be a significant spike in damage from what it was on before, as we see Glasgow are going to be the ones to get this first dragon.
Yeah, the Grizzlies are very much Drake-centric. We do say they like to play through bot lane, and they like to try and find leads there and stack them into dragons, and it's a heads-up play from them to still get this dragon despite losing out. They punish the reset timers that come through from Strather, and they get the objective for themselves. A Hex Tech, it's a lovely dragon to have for the Kog'Maw particularly. You want that extra attack speed, and we'll see what the rift is going to be as this plays out.
Aggressive positioning from Heathen leads to a fight, gets caught out, but it does not look like he's the one that's in danger. Ooh. No, it's Royboy that goes down. Does Glasgow choose to chase any further? They're pushing it back. The R's are raining down from Kog'Maw, but it does not look like they're going to get anything else and push them back. What looked like a great engage from Tim onto Heathen ends up being a kill for Glasgow. Oh my god, we could be seeing a dive here. The action does not stop. Tim trying to get to safety under the tower. Does just manage to get out. The flash coming out from Reliticus as well. Didn't manage to get through, but even the Chad walking through the tower, and he gets the kill. He goes down, and we immediately transfer to even more action in the mid lane. Boy, hang up the tower. We transfer back to the bot lane. Royboy, he's trying to pick something up, but he gets stunned. It doesn't go through. That's another kill for the Kog'Maw. The damage is used. The kills are used. Reliticus trying to find something on the back half, but maybe it's calmed down. No, projectiles still flowing. What just happened?
My word, the Grizzlies just about, they come out on top after all that nonsense. We have the replay for you to show you all the stages of this. We see it's a great punish by Brian to try and get extra damage onto Tim Ryan Relictus. Mateo wants to find more Heathen, takes the game in his hands, tries to finish it off, and will get another kill set up for his Kog'Maw. But all of this play has taken so long that Royboy is back, and it's great play by Mateo to get himself to safety, stun, and set up for Brian, who still has his flash after all of that. And it's just more gold for him, so Strather's trying to get the game back in hand, end up falling even further behind.
Strather's struggling in this game already, 6-2. We're seeing a 3k gold lead, 3.5 developing up here, and here it is. The spike has been hit. Gwynsu's Rage Blade on the Kog'Maw, along with the attack speed boots. He is a monster.
He absolutely is. The Rage Blade is going to be hitting so hard. You look across the rest of the inventories, no one's even close to a Mythic. It's exactly where the gold needs to be. UFG are very used to playing this style, and Brian is set up for success. Our star 80 carry down there for the Grizzlies is going to be a menace in those later fights. And Strathers, they're going to have to rely on this comp they have built. They're going to have to remain focused. They're going to have to get great target selection, try and play around the vision, maybe set up for picks before the objectives, before Grizzlies have a chance to set up themselves.
Yeah, fundamentally, this is going to come down to now more than ever. We talked about how the compositions will play out in the draft, but this just exemplifies it. Can you kill the Kog'Maw? Yeah. If yes,
that's the question.
Great, you win the fight. If no, he's going to deal 1 billion damage. And they're going to try and do exactly that here. Brian gets the ultimate down onto him. He's so tanky, but he is going to go down. They get a 750 gold shutdown, and they're looking for more. The Heathen going in, the TPO coming from Matteo means they're going to blow up Royboy on the engage. The Maokai ult lands onto one Silas, locked up in the middle, but he's trading damage back. This Anivia ult is going to be doing so much damage to all of them. Tim going low. Oni manages to pick up with a kill onto the Maokai. That is another shutdown for them, and hang on, Strathers might have this fight. They're chasing down the Heathen. He's going to go down straight onto Anivia. Tim looking to sacrifice his own life, but he doesn't even happen. They're in the egg, and they're having a fry up tonight. A wipe for Strathers.
Massive play in the bot lane. Oni doing so much work on the Silas. A boon, an absolute new lease on life for Strathers on the bot side. Again, they're the ones starting the play, and for a second, it looked like Glasgow might be about to turn it on its head like last time, but Oni on the Silas wreaking havoc all across that fight.
And Royboy just disappeared there, and that's when I thought it might be in danger. The play might be done, but they played this so well, keeping themselves on the very edge of the Anivia, just being able to get that fight. Oni picking his wins, playing around the Kingslayer cooldown beautifully, manages to pick off Heathen, and then Matteo is short to follow.
It is just a little overstep there from Mateo, still very early in the build. Look at that inventory. It's a Catalyst, it's a tier 1 Amp Tome. There's just not enough AP in the Anivia to make the impact, but here comes Kais!
We spoke about the ultimate having the impact, and they're looking to get another kill onto Brian again. They heard us say, you need to shut down that Kog'Maw, and they're doing it. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trait support for ADC, but that is more than worth to deny that.
100% Brian, when he doesn't have summoners, he can't do it anything.
And it's just going to be Mateo chasing it down. There's no egg for you. Oni's going to take it, get this wave pushed in. And it's more coming out on top for Strathers. They bring this game back.
Okay, and this is what we were talking about, right? Strathers, they have this good matchup in mid and top, and they can try and build advantages to counter Brian, to stand up against this Kog'Maw in the later fights, and Oni is absolutely getting there. 3-0 and 2 on the Silas, with great ults to steal, as we said. If the Malphite can be as on point as that in later fights, Brian might have some big problems coming his way.
And we're seeing how they're wanting to play the game demonstrated, black and white. This is exactly what they want to do. They want to get Brian under so much pressure, use these TPs at different timings. We saw Mateo using theirs in the first, and then we had Kais in the second. So by desynchronizing these TPs, they can make it so unpredictable as to when you're going to have, as it happened in that fight, a Malphite flying out of a bush that might not have even been warded as the second dragon goes down here for Glasgow.
Exactly. Grizzlies are still able to maintain their objective stacking, and it is the Cloud Rift for them. Now, this isn't maybe necessarily the most impactful dragon, however, statistically, Cloud Soul performs very, very well. Who knows why? It just does. But Brian, he has a lot of ults to spam, and they'll go for him again.
Gonna have to stop you there. Tim Ray coming in with the ultimate, but it looks like he's gonna be the one that gets burnt down. The Jarvan was not able to put across enough damage before his team could follow up. The Call of the Forge God comes, hits onto one. It's gonna be the Milio going down. The flash forward from Voy is gonna pick up the kill. 2 for 0 in the bot lane on what was meant to be a Strathers play.
And this was a step too far for Tim Ray in the bot side. They thought they could go for the same play again, but they had no TPs across the map, and Egg Greg was right there ready to turn that around, and you can see what happens. If you don't have damage on Brian from second one, it goes very badly wrong.
So many survivability ults, but speaking, a beautiful flash comes out from Mateo, gets himself out, but the slows might just be too much, and they are beautifully called there by Strathers to get something back in this game.
They are still making counter kills. They're still feeding more gold into Oni's Silas. But on the bot side, 2 towers fall. The extra inner bonus gold is lost. And now Oni, he's hunting. He sees Brian. He wants to get those summoners down. And honestly, Strathers, I think you really want to try and find a play to get Flash and Ghost, at the very least Flash, off of Brian before the next objective. Because we're past 16 minutes now. These dragon fights are not going to be uncontested for Grizzlies for much longer. Strathers are going to be showing up, and they need to have the best chance possible to eliminate Cog.
And that is going to come in the form of this Silas picking these ultimates and making the right call. Kais on the Malphite, choosing the right ultimates and managing to get to going. Because the issue that they had there was it was a fantastic engage, but they just did not have the damage to follow up. So if they manage to get that follow up onto them, then they will find their way into the fight in the mid lane. And oh my god, this Kog'Maw is just dealing so much damage. He's 1 versus 2ing under the enemy tower. It's not even a competition for him.
Okay, the stolen Malphite comes back and will just be blocked up, but Brian just says, what are you going to do? Do you have anything to say about this? The answer is no. Now, he did use both his summoners, so in a way, Strathers did get the summoners off him. All it cost was Relictus' life.
It's only the support. It's not the end of the world.
That's
He's
fine.
back up for Drake, but those summoners won't be. You're quite right, but they are just struggling to defend a single objective against this Kog'Maw with the range and the damage that he's outputting. We're seeing him on 2 items here before Roy Boy is even on his mythic.
Yeah.
He's so strong in these fights, and once again, it just comes down to this. Can they find the kill onto him? Because right now, it is looking impossible. But the flash is down. The flash is down.
If they can find those ultimates, it is still doable. Brian, he does have this this Rage Blade into Runan's build. I do like this choice from him. There's a lot of low range, a lot of melee coming his way. So if you survive that initial engage, the Runans is going to get so much value on the entire team of Strathers who really want to be within about melee range of you, knocking you down. So if he gets away, he will melt them. It's kind of as you said before, right? If they get that engage right, Strathers can win. If they don't, Brian is going to have a field day.
And that is what he's been having so far. 5-3-3, 144 farm, up over, 60 over Roy Boy. It's such a massive lead for him. But we do have something like that, not to the same degree, developing in the mid lane. Oni here, 4-0-2, is going to be very strong. But the issue with this is the entire Glasgow composition is built around keeping Brian alive. And while Silas is incredibly strong, he is more of a fragile champion, which needs to be in melee range. He needs to be in there brawling, and that means he is much easier of a target to get to, deal damage to, and shut down.
Yeah, and it is a build that he's going for the Everfrost into the Zhonya's. It's a very standard build, a very useful build on the Silas, keeps you alive for a long time, but I'm wondering if maybe he needs more direct damage, as the win-loss situation in this game is Brian dies in 1 hit or he doesn't. and they really need to make sure they have just enough numbers across their team to get his HP bar from 100 to 0. So I maybe would have liked to see a bit more of an aggressive build from Oni to use this lead, but I do understand why he's trying to get a bit of survivability, where if they press their R button and it doesn't instantly kill the enemy team, the game doesn't end. So I see why he's gone that way, but honestly, I think it is just that binary. You kill Brian or you don't, you win the game or you don't.
Yeah, what I think it is it means his damage output is too slow. Obviously, it's slightly lower, but whilst the Everfrost will absolutely be useful for locking him down, I think in the time it takes to... as we see, Oni maybe not quite, as we're seeing the positioning around this dragon here, it is going to be up in 20 seconds. So Strathers are looking to push in this mid lane, and I'll have to cut that thought short most likely. They're both posturing here.
Yeah.
It's not clear where the advantage is. Are they going to push for this tower? No, they're going to start the fight on the Ornn. The Maokai ult does come out along with both Call the Forge Gods. The Rams are flying. The damage is down. And Jarvan is going to get bursted before the dragon even spawns. And now Kais, you think he's a tank, but no, he's not. With the Kog'Maw on the map, his health bar is non-existent. Void trying to get in and get the kill onto Oni, but has to flash out. With that down, now Roy Boy as well. There's no way they can contest this.
Grizzlies, they were just more prepared for that play. They were ready to step up, go 5 versus 5. Strathers not quite having all the pieces in the right position. And there is no such thing as a tank line for Strathers this game. Not when you have Brian on this Kog'Maw. He will melt anyone who he is in range of, and we saw exactly that. Tim went down so fast. It's another dragon for for Grizzlies, I should say. They're now 1 away from the Cloud Soul. And next time, Strathers, they have to be all on the same page. They have to be prepared to aggressively decide to start a fight. We can't be kind of waiting for Grizzlies to show what they want to do or to force to engage themselves. It has to be Strathers pulling the trigger if they have a hope of winning.
Yeah, I think that fight was somewhat not doomed, but you could see that it possibly wasn't going to go that well from Strathers the second they started using abilities, expending cooldowns onto the Ornn, because if you are not getting damage down onto Brian, you are simply not winning the fight. And we talked about how Glasgow here has a disengage comp, which they do, but they were able to make the pick there just fine, which shows just how far ahead they are in this game, that a disengage comp has become able to make picks onto a pick comp in the mid lane in a completely open and fair battle.
Exactly, and Brian now opting into that shield bow is getting a bit of survivability for himself. It's absolutely the right call. We see the man has more than enough damage to be getting on with. His Oni wants to start something in top.
The teleport is coming on through from Glasgow. Mateo trying to survive for as long as he can, but the team of Glasgow is on their way out here. Oni might have bitten off a bit more than he could chew. 3 on top of him. The Anivia ult is not going to be enough to save him. And that's going to be a clean kill on the top side. And like I said, that death coming down on the Silas has to get into the melee range up close and personal. And when he's there, he's just going to get caught by the enemy team as we see them immediately convert onto Baron.
Snap call onto the Baron. Kais is in bot lane with a TP if he wants to come through for this one. And Tim just waiting. He will be on vision. Everyone from Grizzlies is waiting to just rebuff Tim. You can see he steps out of the brush, instantly knocked down below 500 HP.
I don't even know if they're going to be able to get in for any chance of a
I
slice
don't
here.
think so.
The flag and drag are going down. The Call the Forge God comes out just to send it to him. He flashes around it. Blast cones in, R's in, but the Baron's simply at too much health. That's going to be the Baron.
It was a valiant attempt by Tim, I'll be honest. He did about as well as he could considering that situation, but it's so tough to get that timing right. And all of Grizzlies were playing that one correctly. Just everyone keep the smite out. Let's not flip the game right here. They're in such a commanding position. Almost 10,000 gold ahead with a Kog'Maw comp that is snowballing with all the gold in the right place. They could be poised to take the BFG crown right here.
And I think it really speaks to their coercion as a team, how they're working together, cohesion, is because as they were doing that Baron there, you saw the damage slow the second that Jarvan was positioning to come out that bush, and then the second he's back in, the damage picks up again. They're communicating so clearly, working to their team's advantages so well, and it's showing in this game with a 10k gold lead at 23 minutes.
Yeah, it is great to see the Grizzlies roster still performing so well, even with so many new pieces, as we flagged up before. They are really showing their class here today. Someone specifically that we haven't spoken about specifically enough, I think, is Void in the jungle. 3-1-7 on the Maokai. And, you know, MVP from last year, he did exactly what he needed to do. Bot lane at the right moment to keep his bot lane ahead and has been starting perfect fights throughout. He's now calling the ult right here to see if they can get this tower.
And Oni is going for the position for the Malfoy, going straight into the entire team, but it's still Strathers that are taking the damage down. You did not get the Kog'Maw, so you do not win the fight. 4 clean kills, not a single member of Glasgow down in that engage.
Brian is unleashed, man. No one can touch this Kog'Maw, and now he's knocking on the towers. University of Glasgow came out swinging here. New patch, new year, same dominant story.
The Gwynsus is too strong. Brian with an incredible performance. Boy shot calling on the jungle. And as they pick up their final few towers and the Nexus here, it is a commanding game from Glasgow. Congratulations to all these players, all the players throughout Battle for Glasgow's, as Grizzlies lock in the win.
Stellar performance there from Grizzlies. Hard to find a fault in it. We did see some great plays out of Oni, trying to build that advantage for himself, trying to build a threat for the side of Strathers. But ultimately, Brian, a man's a little bit good. He's a little bit cracked.
A little bit good at the game, and when you put him on such a commanding pick like Kog'Maw,
yeah, you can see those Grizzlies
take it away.
On the back of those PCs. That they came with that energy here today. They were flexing. They were squatting on them.
They brought it in, and that is going to decide it for them, but that does not decide the tournament. Second place,
No.
bragging rights is still all to play for. We have 2 more exciting games of League of Legends, and I'm so excited to see what comes out of these 3 teams.
Exactly. The Chargers now can step up and try to punish Strathers, who did get knocked down pretty heavily in this game. And we'll talk about the Chargers comp in a little bit when we get onto that second game, or rather, yourself and Boganon will when he steps up to fill my spot. But that is another revitalized roster, and it could be a very, very close decider in game 2.
Yeah, and whilst that game was very deciding, I don't think we're going to see the same thing coming out of the next games. I think the next ones are going to be a lot more close, a lot more down to the wire. And dominant performances are incredibly exciting to watch. That game was fantastic. But I also love me a barn burner. Close game, late game, team fights, kills. That's what I'm after, and I think there's still so much more to be delivered.
Exactly. We have had some very close runs today. The CS delivered on every level in that front, gave us a couple of wonderful overtimes, and let's take a look at the end of that last game once again when Boy just dropping the ultimate aggressively to cover this tower, and you can see that Strathers know this is their last chance, but Brian, man has flash up, and that's about as simple as it gets, you know. He gets away from the initial engage, and the damage he's pumping out is absolutely rancid. Roy Boy on the side just cannot step up. He doesn't have the inventory power to have the same effect, and Strathers melt before Grizzlies. With the Baron already there, they can just run it down mid.
I think the idea for the composition for Strathers was absolutely there, you know, get the engage, get the pick on the Kog'Maw, but I think what the issue was is they had a lot of very committal engage.
Yeah.
It was all you have to be, Malphite throwing yourself into the enemy team, Jarvan throwing yourselves into the enemy team. If they perhaps had some form of CC which could bait out that flash a bit earlier, they wouldn't have situations like that where they were needing to then full send the engage, he just flashes and all of a sudden that's like 3k damage in 2 seconds. Whoopsie daisies.
As much as I would never ask for this champion to be played at any point, something like Zoe, where you can just throw out a bubble and you get a flash or a cleanse or something out of the Kog'Maw before the fight even steps up, and then maybe, as you say, you can threaten and have a bit more chance to pick. Where it's very all or nothing. When the early game did not go well, it did not go well after that for them. But we do have an interview set up with the winners, so let's pass it over to Kaiserine. Take it over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Voy and Jack. Congratulations on your win against Strathers.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Feels great.
Yeah, so how are you guys feeling knowing that you guys just got another point, and that means Glasgow University is going to win this BFG championship?
Yeah, it feels great. It's great. It's our 2nd year in a row that Glasgow Grizzlies win the Battle for Glasgow, so we're happy to bring it to our uni. The game, I think it ended fairly quickly, honestly. They made a very big mistake and we just punished it, and from then on it was very easy for us.
Yeah, well, like you said, you are the defending champions and you are going to be the champions once again, but you still have another match coming up against the Chargers. Are you going to do anything different? Are you still taking this seriously, or are you just going to clown around?
I think we have some fun pocket picks which we might want to pull out. Things like this man's Lee Sin, which I think we've all been looking forward to see.
Oh, are you going to pull it out?
I think we're down to clown.
We're down to clown.
Oh, they're down to clown. Well, you heard it here first. Congratulations. You still have another match, so we'll let you go get ready and take some time to think about your big win. But we still have another match coming up, and your Chargers are coming right back. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get into a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we win and change. I stay the same. You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. We put the nets up in the lines, now we high, high, high. Kaleidoscope of colors beaming from my eyes. Would've thought was LSD, LSD. Can't lose my mind like Kennedy, Kennedy. You see us cooking recipes, recipes. You hit the top, all you left with is the memories. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, go hard to have it is your purpose. We had some faith that who gon' hurt this. I naughty night, you lullaby. I'm doing me, it's do or die. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we win and change. I stay the same. You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence to let them in. Chalk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me. They not double up again, none of their knows. None of them cold, they just got lucky but never adapted. So I'm to one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close. I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke. I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me. They need a blade and a sheath, a shank and a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they would lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance. I just wanna turn around. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm in the dirt. I could show you what I'm worth. My hands in the dirt. From where they look when you not. A hand in your purse. Hell if you think I'm last, hey, last should be first. Go ahead and go feast your eyes. Chefing up, cooking them pies, leaving no slice. Believe on a guy who in demand and who got supplies. You on the land, me I'm fly. Look at the miles, I be in skies. Right by my side, miss look at them thighs. Up in Dubai, you see us. Black man, black sand beaches. Yeah. Backhand if you slick speaking. Yeah. Cut off if that hand reaches. Right. Sucker, I ain't about y'all leeches. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Women with sharks in the tank, Aquaman with how I think. How many could step on the stage and say they taking their art to the bank? You pulling rank, boy, I'm sharp as a shank. Making you step to the plank, the Capitan. Come get me if you can, I'ma get you if you can. This ain't a prank, I have you waving the flag. Could say I'm all in my bag, getting my bags. Never see me getting bagged by the police sitting in the back. Only if it's with a drink, I tell these shorties relax. It's the return of the Mac, you the return of the slack. I let it burn with the facts, opposites they do attract. I don't go mess with the ops, I just be calling the shots. Like I was holding the chop, then I go hit up the block. Cop me a cheese and chop, probably go get me some top. Release for aftershock, then I return to the plot. Jacking the gold at the pot, gotta get it while it's hot.
That's what the love of money does.
Yeah. It's heavy. Famous love. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots around my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause it's the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught sleep. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong, till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong, till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
We need your help to make Glasgow the greatest gaming hospital in the world. You could hold a games night, a streaming marathon, or even give up gaming. Whatever you do, your fundraising can help to bring the magic of gaming to the Children's Hospital. Join our campaign, Games for the Win.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Battle for Glasgow as we enter Game 2 of League of Legends. I'm Dust, joined by the lovely Borger here for Grizzlies versus the Glasgow Caledonian Chargers. So Borger, how are we feeling about this matchup?
Oof, a redemption story for Chargers. You just got to see how it goes, to be honest. Glasgow just riding off a big win the entire tournament, so we're hoping to see some spicy picks, if not keeping it serious. Who knows?
Yeah, this could really go either way. We could see some spice, we could see some simplicity, and I think that's what I want to see from Glasgow. I want to see whether or not, if they just go to try and run a Cogmo comp or something along those lines, again, they can, but if they want to try switch it up, demonstrate that they can win with different playstyles, that's equally exciting. Yeah, definitely so. And you've seen that slight sort of adaptation from Grizzlies this year with Brian coming into the bot lane and Void taking a bit more of a back role. And here you can see Chargers comp coming through. Key people to note, Kolsch and Chris G, big amount of experience with this team as well. What do you think of that? I mean, all these players really for the team of Chargers are super duper experienced, not only in the Scottish Esports League for one tournament, but back to back for many players. So the experience, I think, is going to come into a lot of how these teams manage to play together. Definitely so, and you can hear that home support. Unbelievable crowd today. So happy to be here. And what kind of things are you looking to see in the draft? In the draft, really, I'll be honest, I want something exciting. We got the Cogmo in last game, it popped off, loved it. I want something again, I want a performance from one of these players. I'm going to name it, I'm going to say it, Chris G's Akali. If that gets through, it better get locked in. You hear it? Yeah, you're hearing it. It better get locked in. If we do not see some Chris G plays coming out, I don't want it. Yeah, Glasgow better be prepared in their draft because Chargers have got their work cut out for them, but they're going to deliver. And you see those face cams coming through. Everyone quite relaxed. You know, they're used to this environment, raring to go. What more do we want? A very professional attitude from all these teams as we get through all the players. Hello! Oh, Egg Greg always bringing the content. Go Grizzlies! We're getting settled into this game here, away to head into draft soon. And suppose that should be our first talking point. So for both teams, I mentioned the Akali, something cool I want to see. But what picks are you looking to come out from both of these?
I think we've had a big patch. Not many champion changes, to be honest, but a lot of item changes that have put a lot of champions up. You know, Sona on support is my go-to pick. I'm really hoping to see her with that Echoes of Helia. Unbelievable healing damage. She's an absolute machine.
There are so many champions that have been identified already. I mean, we saw the Cogmon Game 1 who are really taking advantage of these items changes. And you mentioned, not too many champion changes, not too many. But what is changing the game so much is how well they can utilize the changes for themselves. So whether it be the Sona, whether it be the Kog'Maw, I think the name of the game here is find the champion that is utilizing, whether it be new Gwynsus, new IE, whatever item it is, to its maximum potential.
Yeah, true. I've got my cosplay for Steve Jobs. Think different. I'm hoping to see those different drafts right now. And as we go into Champ Select, what are we going to see?
We're straight into it. Got to be paying attention to these bans here. For Grizzlies, are they taking away this Akali? They do immediately take away the Camille Gupit. Kolsch is very comfortable on that, so just take it away from him. The Lilia, once again, was a staple ban last game.
And you're never going to see that Void Lilia ever in any LAN at all. The man has a storied history with that clip clopping to the enemy nexus from dusk to dawn. Can't let him have it at all.
When players are just too good, when they have that signature pick that they're just known for throughout the country, you can't let it through. The Fiora, another ban into top lane, taking away the strong sort of solo picks, which Colts can be just that demon on.
Yeah, definitely so. And those are two champions that actually really benefit from the Trinity Force changes. And we see, that Cogmore made too much of an impact.
Get out of the game. Don't want to see again.
Yeah, thank you, Freak, for that. As we go on to the third ban, the Draven, as expected. Lewis, a Draven OTP, respect paid where respect is due. What we're going to see from Chargers for the final ban.
Borger, Akali's open.
Oh, what are they going to do? We're waiting in anticipation. It's taking some time, 5 seconds to come through. Are they going to target the Lulu? Intriguing pick.
Yeah, so even though it was very strong with the Kog'Maw last game, it is still a strong pick on its own. And the Lee Sin, the immediate hover.
I think Void's got a statement to make. He's really gunning for that MVP this year. Won it back-to-back.
No better champion to make it with than the Lee Sin, the pop-off plays.
Oh, Lord.
And the Zeri gets locked in. We're back to the normal drafts. Everyone calm down. The Zeri locked in there for
don't make me say it, guys. Don't make me say it. Zeri, Yuumi, Lucian, Naomi. No. Oh, we see Kai'Sa come through. Is that going to be locked in?
The immediate change from that would be good. I do not want to see the Zeri-Lucian exchange all over again, getting PTSD-style flashback.
Yeah.
We do get it locked in. Fantastic. And an Amumu could change that up.
Yeah.
Not only could it be fantastic on the support in the bot lane, also maintains its flex potential.
Yes. He's recently had a W buff, so definitely creeping back into that jungle pool and support pool. Responded by Vi. Well, this is a pick that we're very, very familiar with, in MSI. Transitioning. The Kha'Zix.
Another one familiar from MSI, but definitely a lot more exciting. Sejuani, the Void demonstrating his champion Ocean is wide here.
Yeah.
Which one is he going to go for?
There isn't no puddles
The
around.
Lee Sin comes out!
Fantastic. What we wanted to see, getting that hype element for the pick. What will we see from Mateo? I expect a support pick in this rotation.
Yeah, no, that's what we're looking at here. And the Rakan, an incredibly strong support right now. Good synergies with Zeri as well. Can definitely see this getting looked at. Yeah, that's going to be the boss. So we see a very aggressive style coming out already. Lee Sin wants to be making these ganks. Rakan wants to be facilitating them. So what is Charger's answer?
Definitely. So the Rakan OP tier pick at the moment, really good with the support changes. It's got it all. Disengage, engage, utility. You can bring everything to the table, and you see that Nautilus response. Good flex yet again.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Amumu that's coming out here. I just also want to note Prod changing the name of the Grizzlies to the Grizzly Sins. They're just as excited to see this pick as we are. So with now bot lane and jungle locked in for both of these teams, where are we looking to see the bans and the picks going into the mid and top lane?
Yeah, I think you can see, I expect to see some mid bans coming through from both sides. I think especially the Yumi's-based assassins, possibly Jace, very OP this patch. Yomu's coming out to be the top dog of all item changes, and something I definitely don't want to see, but I want to see at the same time.
Yeah, and with these two champions that they've locked in as the ADCs as well, you do not want to be letting them get assassinated because they're not the longest range champions in the world. Zeri and Kai'Sa both quite short range, so that really puts them at vulnerability of these sort of high damage assassins. As we see, the Ornman, we're not going to have this super safe top lane we had in the previous game.
That 60 CS lead in that last game versus a Malphite, which is supposed to be a Malphite-sided matchup, turns out to be the better rock in lane, taken away.
Jax, and we're just waiting for the final ban to come through here. 10 seconds on the clock. What are they running away from in this game? The Grizzly Sins looking, I think, to play more. There it goes.
Oh, no.
That's understandable. Take it away from the man who's too good.
Yeah. It's a shame we didn't see a blind pick, to be honest.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely, but that would be... I mean, the Akali already is such a high-energy play and almost an ego play for him. To be picking it blind on top of that, not knowing what matchup you're going to.
Maybe that's the statement the Chargers need to make to round off this event.
And instead, we're getting the victor through possibly the complete opposite style of what you're getting on that Akali. The big team fight ultimate, playing slow, playing the back line. And, I mean, how are Grizzlies going to respond to this? Because with their early game comp, they probably want to try and make aggressive picks, try and find their way in. And right now, Chargers does a very good job of keeping their carries safe.
Yeah, very much so. Buttload of CC in the front lane, and you can see the back line has a lot of damage as well scaled. And we see the Veigar counterpick into Victor, just happy farming in the mid lane.
Yeah, a very big change from the style that they were maybe looking to play, but the synergy that is there with the cage being able to lock people down really does set up well for the Lee Sin ganks. So there are definitely some plays that are you're able to make there. I think the question now comes down to what do they pick in the top side, and the Poppy. Deny those dashes. I really like that pick.
Yeah, definitely. So getting that bit of counter engage there, as well as, Poppy's ultimates, hammer them away, back into the Nexus. Let's see what the response is, and a Garen pick. Ooh.
It's, I believe, a counter to Poppy, a strong matchup, great team fight damage. Obviously, he doesn't have the dash, so can't get upset. And it does come through.
Yeah.
Kolsch is Garen top is coming out in a pivotal game for Chargers. They are playing spoiler here. They need to get this win to stop Strathers from beating them. They can tie it up, and they have to take this game. And Garen's apparently the champ to do it.
Yeah, definitely. So Garen also teetering on that OP tier, S tier pick in top lane. Wins out on many melee matchups, does get exploited by those ranged champions, but you don't see much of that on the side of Glasgow Grizzlies. And that Silence looking to do a good bit of disruption on the side of...
I mean, I can see the angle that both these comps are sort of going for. The Lee Sin looking to make the plays. That's exactly the way they want to end their tournament. But on the other side, with that Garen, you've got such team fight prowess in the way that you can play the game. If you're not getting picked in the early, by the time it comes around to these dragon fights, they're going to be destroying in the team fights.
Definitely so. And you see that difference in experience showing up in the last game, but now both teams have so much LAN experience. They have the nerves for the stage. It's just about execution.
And when it comes down to that, that is the most exciting part of these games, at least for me anyway. I love it when both teams have compositions which they need to execute on. It's up to them to do what's right for their comp. And whilst obviously you can make an argument that the Chargers have the better teamfight scaling, if they want to take a back seat, they can. I think both these teams need to not fumble, they need to work to their champion goals as a team, and it's in their hands if they win this game.
Definitely so, right you are. We load
see
into
them
the
coming out onto the map. So let's get some round of applause going for these players as we get into this game. So guys, who do we think is taking this? We're going to show once again by way of cheer. Can I get a cheer for Glasgow taking this game? A little less confident than last time. What about the Chargers? Now that's a bit more confident there. The crowd behind the Chargers.
Oh, definitely so. You can see that home team advantage, and this is a derby of all derbies, El Clasico, nothing. Old Town Firm, nothing. Glasgow, battle for Glasgow, that's all that matters today.
And whilst the outcome of the whole tournament has been decided, Glasgow have taken this home. Like we said, the tournament is not over yet. Trathers and Caledonian are playing for second place, so if Caledonia manage to take this game, then we get the finale in their game versus Strathers. If Strathers win it, they can claim second place, but if they lose it, it's all tied up for them.
Right you are, and that just builds the tension for this matchup, and you can see a good bit of safety from everyone, not really opting in for any level 1s.
So, and we're seeing also that both junglers are going to be starting same side of the map, clearing on their way down. Now, the question then becomes what kind of pathing we want to see from both of them. I can anticipate Void perhaps looking for some 3-camp, looking for some shenanigans, but obviously we'll have to wait and see what comes out from him.
Yeah, definitely so. That Lee Sin is something that plays off the tempo, and ideally looking towards bot mids, I would say.
Absolutely. The Pathan's going to spit them out there about the same time if they both end up with the full clear. And Mumu, whilst he can use those early 2 charges of Bandage Toss to try and make a play somewhere, it is instead going to be up to where he ends up to choose going for. Yeah, there we go. So the full clear coming out from both of them. So they're going to be spat out around bot lane at the same time as we immediately get some action. The exhaust traded forward. Crawford is in the middle of the enemy team, but it might be his own downfall. The ignite is ticking. The damage is going down as we get the stab away. The flash forward from Lewis. The first blood does go over to Zeri, but now Zeri's behind them trying to get the trade kill. Now Brian with lethal tempo fully enabled. This is going to be a double kill for Glasgow's bot lane. It just goes through. Very close there for a second, but 2 kills down the bot lane. Crawford buying off a bit too much to chew.
Fantastic play from the Heathen, kiting away with that minimal HP, comes back to give that life-saving shield to Brian and gets that edge in the 2v2, getting the 2 kills for nothing.
And yet again, we see early plays from UOG's botline, this time without even the need for their jungle. They managed to get that 3-for-0 in the bot lane last game, and now a clean 2-for-0 in the 2v2 shows great signs for how their bot lane's doing.
Yeah, definitely so. And we pan to this top side where Ed Greg has a bit of tempo in this lane, trying to push it through before he sees any jungle help coming. Guaranteed.
With them pathing down with both bot lanes on reset, it looks like there's going to be some scuffles for this bot lane. Crab, very excited to see what comes of that. But I think ultimately with the early fight, there we go, the damage coming out, the bandage toss in response, but Void not realizing these are level down. The bandage toss lands onto the Heathen, who dodges in to save his jungler heroically. The flash forward from Mateo with no mana, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get the kill down onto the Amumu. The kill falls up onto the Lee Sin. Now damage coming through yet again onto Lewis. Brian is going to take him down 2-for-1 in Glasgow's favor, but Mateo manages to get the trade back onto the support. 3 kills going down. An explosive early game.
Unbelievable fight coming through from Uni of Glasgow, managing to play off those low HP bars, kiting through key fight tactics like just shielding at the last minute just to survive, and managed to get the kills and get the push in mid lane as well.
Honestly, we cannot talk enough about the Heathen. They're making the saving play, blocking the second bandage shots, which undoubtedly would have killed Void there. It looked initially like he had bitten off way too much to chew. He was a level down. He thought he could maybe get the kill eventually, but not only did he manage to get that and stall out the fight, survive long enough, he managed to pick up 2 others for his team on the back half. Lewis perhaps just getting bitten off on the other side. It'd be interesting to see what occurred there. We're just back to the chill phase in the top lane.
And then definitely Glasgow being rewarded with a 2k gold lead so early into the game. As you can see, GCU just hoping to freeze this bot side wave close to them in safety, as they don't know where that Lee Sin is as he clears through. We find a replay.
And we get it back down here. The Q lands from the Void, manages to get down, but this is the point where he realized the level is down. He has to run away, and a beautiful dash in from Heathen to block that. Tanks the Nautilus hook as well. The Veigar stun comes down, and it's so beautifully played for him.
Yeah, fantastic stun coming through from Veigar. 2 key members. As Brian picks up that kill in the river, you can see Mateo casting away, gets the WQ combo onto Nautilus for the extra kill. And you see more fights. No.
He was so low mana at the start of that fight that I wasn't sure he'd be able to deal out enough damage, but he had just enough in that mana pool, just enough hanging about that he was able to eke it out. So now the question becomes, what can UOG do with this advantage? Because I don't think they have a composition which inherently wins the game. So instead, it might have to boil down to making more picks like this, perhaps focusing their fights around the dragon maybe?
Definitely so, and you can see that 3-kill lead coming out for the Zeri. Heathen getting a 2-man knock-up and getting a massive damage trade onto that bot side with a massive HP deficit, just going all the way for UOG.
And I love this, the aggressive pings coming down from the support in the jungle on the side of Glasgow, indicating that they want to get this aggressive vision in and maybe even go for the dive. Now Sam is here to cover. The Amumu can do a great job of this fight, and if they can get onto Brian before they can rotate around, Heathen immediately going into the bush. The engage is here. He's taken damage, but it's not a lot. They're looking to retreat under their tower. The Q misses from Voy, and they're not going to look to get anything off of this. Vigar here to defend. Victor is here on the back half, but it looks like it's just a game of poke. But this is the exact advantage that the EOG need for this dragon.
Yeah, and you can see them encroaching into GCU's jungle with literally no consequence at all. The Rakan can W in, has safety to E out whenever he needs. He's got the Lee Sin shield, but nothing that GCU can do to respond at this moment in time.
And now this is exactly how I mentioned that EOG need to play their lead. Look at the amount of minions that they're denying from their opponents and the amount of plates that they're picking up. The gold lead is only going to increase massively.
Yes, you can see, just from the gold lead, that's where most of the gold difference is coming from, albeit the 5 kills. And top lane, Greg, another game, playing safely with no attention at all from their jungler, the mid laner at all, and he just manages to perform over and over again.
Often the unsung heroes of games like these, where there is so much bot lane focus from all 3 teams that are participating in this tournament. Sometimes you just got to play safe. Sometimes you got to not die, and then hopefully in the late game, whether it be the Poppy or the Garen, you just got to play for your team and be the selfless role. And as much as it's not the center of attention, us top laners, we know what we got to do.
True. I mean, what I see in him, 2019 wonder, unsung hero of G2. Maybe a bit too much WoW these days, but hey ho, you got to do what you got to do.
It's always been that case. And what I'm actually interested to see here is there's not a lot of prio from either of these teams on the Dragon, but the Rift Herald is spawning in, and we're seeing some plays being tried to make towards the mid lane with the support roaming up. Which objective do you think they're going to go for here?
I would say, especially given the Garen is top lane, on Kolsch, you want to try and get that gold lead on the top sides. Heathen roaming up quite early. Zeri popping that ultimate, trying to chase through this Nautilus, managed to get the shield down, keeps going. Couple of autos, gliding through, and gets an easy kill. Kite's not even looking back.
The 1v2 play pretty much there. Sure, Heathen came in for a quick shield near the end, but Brian more than self-sufficient enough to do that himself. He did fantastically in that play, and now they have this pressure down towards the bot side. We see Lee Sin coming back onto the map, and this should be their dragon. But in response, the ultimate coming straight out from Mu. Damage going down, but none of them taking tower priority. All summoners are getting burnt in this bot lane. As Brian is going to be the one to go down. That's a shutdown for GCU.
A fantastic kill, and it goes to Lewis, the member you want it on.
Damage traded back and forth in the mid lane. Chris G taking the brunt of it. There has to flash out. The ultimate is still on top of the Vigar. Has to dodge out the W, and he does. He's still standing. Yet again, the camera deciding top lane is more important as the dragon is started up. Mateo low health here in the mid lane, but knows that the enemy team is on dragon, not coming for him.
Yeah, action breaking out across multiple points in the map. As you see, GCU has the jungle priority, has that river priority, gets that first Ocean Drake. Easy deasy.
Void does land the Q there. The Lee syndrome is strong, wanting to take that, wanting to fly into the pit, go for the miracle steal on the dragon, but he decides not. He's better than that.
Yeah, definitely. Now we can see that back coming out from GCU. Lewis gets that Storm Razor straight away, and UOG not wasting any time, going straight for that Herald, and Sam nowhere to respond.
And what do you think about the Storm Razor pick on the Kai'Sa, especially with these new item changes?
Ooh, I do quite like that Storm Razor rush. That energized auto does a lot of damage, a big spike in that mid-game, early game that you really need. Then, substituted by new mythics, which I expect will be something along the lines of maybe Navori's, I would say.
Navori's always was the pick for her. However, it has suffered a bit of a nerf coming into the Mythic patch, so we'll see what their thoughts are. Some people have been leaning towards other items. You've even seen some people going back towards the Gwinsu's build, which is of old. Lewis ulting in here, but I don't think they're going to be able to get anything with the damage off. Whilst he is on his own here, the Rakan is here to cover. Now Lewis, the brunt of that going on to support, but Crawford's going to be one that's caught out. The TP coming down from GCU, but their support is already dead. Brian flinging back the damage, but he does not know. Chris G is right behind him, but it doesn't matter. He picks up another kill. Now Brian kiting out the Amumu, waiting for that bandage just to come back up. He manages to get it in, but another kill is down. The slow goes on to the minion. Brian is going to fly over the wall. He's in no man's land, though. Enemy territory. It looks like he's going to be able to back and get himself out there. Amazingly played from Brian.
Amazing micro coming through from that Zeri, kiting through into the minions. 2 bandage tosses doesn't mean anything. Wrap yourself up, Amumu. And that's exactly what they did. Easy kills going through to the UOG ADC. As you can see, that ultimate instantly denying that Kaiser shield and just hammering away onto the Nautilus.
Yeah, the damage comes through there, and then just watching these fancy feet from Brian is something to behold. Kites out Lewis, knows that he can play right at the edge of that damage range going forward, and then here, as you can see with Sam, dodges the first bandage toss, immediately gets himself back in these minions, and then uses the second one to block. Beautifully done, and Zoom goes out on that wall.
Unbelievable. He's been practicing some parkour in his own time, I believe. That is something to behold. And we can see GCU trying to get control of Vision in their own side as Heathen just stepping up into that blue tree and hoping to initiate a dive bot side, and the quickness goes through.
It's immediately out the damage down onto Chris G. He's going to get burned down under the tower with little to no damage taken. Does manage to get the ultimate off, hoping to trim the wave. But that tower is going down, and oh my god, is Brian accelerated. The player of both of these games, no doubt. Massive on the Kog'Maw, and now massive on the Zeri. You cannot stop this man.
Yeah, I think he's trying to match the clock on kills as Mateo just wipes out Nautilus from the map.
Disappeared, deleted, gone. It doesn't matter if you think you're tanky, you're a support. You mean nothing to a 3-kill Vigar.
Yeah, that's Vigar with a master one right there. Avada Kedavra, and whoosh, she's gone. Can't believe that.
And we return back to the slow state of the game, but the lead for UOG yet again is so huge. 6k gold. How do you think they need to execute their win throughout this game?
I think at this point in time, UOG, you would safely say play for the objectives, but at this point you can force turrets, use those item spikes, and just wreak havoc on the map. As you can see, Brian going through onto the top side, pops the ultimate for the movement speed and kite ability, and Heathen manages to get a knock up and kites back.
And he's going to try and continue the fight. Forces the flash out of Colch, but now it's Sam under the tower. The target priority immediately switched over. They burned down this tower in bot lane. They've gone straight up to the top side. They win the fight, and they're now burning down the tower so quickly. The amount of gold that's going into their pockets from this is huge.
Yeah, unbelievable amounts of gold being siphoned onto this Zeri, and you can see that micro coming through from Brian, just a sight to behold, and you know you're in safe hands when you're able to see that kind of micro coming through from your Zeri.
Yeah, and that's what now 9 plates going down onto their side. This Zeri is so much bigger than the 9 kills even entails. You can see the shutdowns onto her, somehow only 500. Riot Games, I don't know what you're doing. But they're so strong here on champions that are only meant to be getting strong into the late game. We saw that last game with the Kog'Maw getting accelerated, and they're doing the same again. They can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, and you can see that's late game just accelerated through into the mid, and GCU just have such an uphill struggle to try and get back into the game. And I think the name of the game for them is just keep hicks onto that Zeri.
Yep, it boils down fundamentally, funnily enough, to exactly what it was in game 1, where we mentioned you need this engage comp to work, take down the Kog'Maw and get the win that way. Now it's the same again. Brian being an absolute menace out on this map. Can they lock him down with the Nautilus, with the Amumu? The silences coming through from Garen. And they do have great burst. Kai'Sa with her ultimate can follow from anywhere, as we see UOG potentially trying to make a pick in the mid lane, and it falls off. So they are able to get the picks onto the Zeri, but it's going to be so hard with that survivability.
Oh, definitely so. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. They don't need to play through the map and objectives. They just rush any objective, any kill they want, so they can just go for it. This is just bullying at this point.
When you're up this much gold, you really are just smacking your opponents with your wallets. You're so strong. There's very few compositions where you can leave your ADC solo mid to flash, get the wave. Crawford going for the flash forward, but the hook missing. Unfortunately, it's going to force the cleanse out Brian, though. The damage comes through from Lewis, but it's not enough, and Brian yet again escapes. The fight continues, the quickness going out, and is going to pick one more off from GCU. Sam Seafold standing in the middle of the 3. The ultimate is not going to be enough to save him. Clean 3-0 in the mid lane. Brilliant fancy feat from Brian, using the cleanse at the optimal time.
Yeah. Definitely the right play to go for from GCU. Unfortunately missing on that flash hook, but almost getting Brian. Does the Nautilus fall? Oh! PM going through from UOG. Voy feeling himself completely as they go for this inner turret. The TP coming through, and you know they want that inhibitor. Will they go for it 15 minutes?
Well, obviously forcing this down might be a bit of a weak point for them, but they can absolutely take the tower. Look at that, moving away there. Yep, they're gonna leave it. They don't want to bite off too much so they can chew. Void did just blow his flash for a bit of a giggle, so we'll have to see. They are going to pull it back and look to play for this dragon as we get ourselves into a replay.
Well, as you can see, Brian stepping up to the wave. 3 members of GCU right there as the wave gets thinned out with a Kaiser. That flash coming through, Hook just missing, and the ultimate cleanse coming. Unfortunately, not enough damage from the carries. Lewis dropping, is closely followed by Chris G, and just a sweep from Glasgow.
Yeah, and they really are just, the item advantage is so clear here. They funneled all their resources into killing Brian there, and it still just did not come through.
Yeah, and you can see that desperation building up, but they've got that right mentality. Go for that carry, try and get that shutdown, and play off into a delayed game with that Kaiser, with that victory in that late game. Unbelievable amounts of damage and wave clear, and I think that's their win condition at this moment.
Yeah, the picks onto Brian are only going to get harder and harder as the Zeri gets more items, as the cooldowns are reduced on her teammates for playing the keep off me game. But at this point, she didn't even need any support from her teammates. It was just a 1 versus 4 solo performance. So the quickness comes out here, the fight in the top lane, the damage is going forward onto Brian, but it's not coming across, the ultimate coming out, and now the 2 are going down. Amumu and Nautilus with more short to follow, but they have taken a bit of damage here. They are quite low. Brian's still pretty full, about half, so they can look to continue this play if they want. Unsure if they want to.
Yeah, this is very atypical from Glasgow, and GCU don't know how to deal with it. That Zeri is the primary engage, and the entire rest of the team is flanking. What are they supposed to do against it?
When she is just this fed, the strength of her core kit with being able to just stand by the wall, threaten to just dash out at any point, or to the counterpoint of just following up from her team from what seems like a distance where she can't be part of that fight, jumps over the wall, manages to get in and participate in those 2 kills, is absolutely massive.
And you see a bit of tomfoolery coming through from Brian in the blast cone, not to be trusted. I think we might see some team kills at a later point.
Oh, if these 2 players can find any way to throw their teammates into the hole, I think they absolutely will. But yeah, let's get those GCU cheers going. They're needing our support, guys. Come on, get them back in the game.
Oh, and that injection of energy. Sam Sepiel going for that stun, but to no avail. 4 members of Glasgow Uni just taken down straight away.
The crowd cheering was not quite enough to save Sam from that one, getting caught out in his own jungle, and now the pressure is coming down. Another tower falls. All tier 2s are down for the side of GCU. Ooh. They have nowhere to walk. Even their own jungle isn't safe. Even their own base isn't safe. As Void goes in, gets the kick back into the team. He's massive on the Lee Sin. Manages to get the kick, even if it is a bit late, and just ends up dying himself.
Fantastic stun silence coming out from that Garen, making sure that Void can't get that 4-man kick through the entire team, and in the end drops, but Glasgow Uni still get that return kill.
So we put on our thinking caps here, and we throw the caster unbiased out the window. We're GCU. How do we make our way back into this game?
I think at this point in time, it's just about trying to funnel waves into that Kaiser, into that Victor. Unfortunately, Garen's past his point of being impactful in the game. You know, that Zeri can kite him to oblivion. There's no chance he'll be able to get onto her at all. So it's definitely down to those mid lane and ADC carriers to try and get as much gold as possible.
Yeah, and just the burst needs to come out. They need to find some sort of angle. I don't know where it is, but they need to find it and just get him down. Because once you do, if you can get that shutdown onto the Zeri and or onto the Vigar, that's going to be so much gold in your pocket that's going to really enable the comeback into this game.
An interesting pickup coming through from Kai. So she's building the Rage Blades mythic, as opposed to any of the solid crit items, which I'm not too much of a fan of. And you can see GCU starting that Baron here. Pings coming out from Glasgow straight away, and the TP. We can see the Baron dropping to about 1/3 of the health.
A bit of a desperation play here coming out, but they know that they get the TP, so that's a resource game for them. All they did was started the Baron, but the question is, are they going to be able to get out safely as UOG are happily walking through their jungle? They're getting chased down. The gap is narrowing. The Zeri is approaching. Why do I hear boss music? They're making their way in. The quickness comes out. Amumu is locked down, and he's going to be the first one to go down. They'll be on forward onto 2 of the side of GCU, but Lee Sin's going to find his way down. Void doesn't survive long enough. Crawford shortly follows. It's a 1 for 2, but Chris G is not long to live. 3 for 1 for the side of UOG.
And you can see Brian so confident, dashing into the Nexus, playing the arena game, making sure not to leave until the enemy is dead. And the quickness, not hitting anyone at all, and still the fight is no comparison at all.
Yeah, it's so strongly in favor of EOG here, and we're in the exact same position we were in Game 1. Just after 20 minutes, they're barreling down on the enemy base. Whilst they don't have Baron here, I would not be surprised if this is the push that ends it. With the Titanic Hydra, Zeri has so much wave clear, and Brian has been the solo carry along with the side of Voy and all the other players on UOG. Whilst he has been the mainstay, he's been the one that's been dishing out all the damage. You cannot deny that the whole team here have absolutely deserved all these wins. They've played fantastically.
Definitely so. I think no flaws, maybe some minor flaws, but nothing significant in their execution as they go for that second Drake and hopefully resets into the final push is what I expect.
And I think what shows so well from how UOG are playing is there's no best of 3 adaptation because these are just best of 1s, but one of their only flaws in the early game of Game 1 was that they did end up playing a bit too aggressively onto bot lane, not monitoring for TPs close enough, which let Strathers manage to pick up a couple kills in the bot lane and bring their lead into question. This game, we saw none of that. Beautiful control of the game, knowledge of TPs and locations of the enemy players, and just beautifully playing the map, not just the lanes.
And you saw that constantly from Voy and the Heathen. That's the combination that we were talking about, always up into that blue side jungle of GCU, making those wards go down, very protected for the Zeri, making it very difficult for them to respond to this overfed high bounty Zeri to try and pick that up. And you can see that Baron being started straight away.
Yeah, the Baron is going down very quickly as well. Caledonia are going to have to get here a lot quickly if they even want to have a word of it, but they have no idea that this is even going on. They may have an inkling, but with the vision being completely choked out, the engage comes down onto Mayo, and this is a pick for Caledonia. The teleport's coming in, the kick coming out from Lee Sin, the damage going across, but this Zeri is getting to free hit. The damage is insane. The fight is beautiful. 3 for 1. The Baron goes down, and this is going to be the game for UOG.
Definitely so, and so promising from the start from GCU, but the moment that Zeri is over the wall, all hell rains loose, the damage comes out, and she's so far back, so well protected, there's no way they can get to her at all.
The Baron waves coming in, the emotes coming out, the damage going down, well, some damage going down onto Kolsch, not very much. He's a tanky boy with a hull breaker, but the towers are slowly going to go down. The Baron wave, they might need another one. But this game fundamentally is all coming up UOG as GCU are just trying to chase them out their base and claim what farm they can.
Yeah, and I can tell you one thing for sure, he's definitely not hunting alone this game, as he has to group constantly to try and ward off this Glasgow team. GCU still in the game despite that massive fight at the Baron buff. Glasgow Uni deciding to recall and reset onto the map, use the gold that they've accrued, and hopefully we'll see one big fight.
Yeah. That fundamentally, I think that's what it comes down to. The next team fight will absolutely decide it. Their usage of this Baron buff, they can maybe look to end it early, but when you are so strong as a team for UOG, there's no need to flip anything. There's no need to take a risk on one person pushing a Baron. You can just coordinate properly as a team as we get back and take a look at this fight.
So you see this replay coming through. Mateo too far up, the Baron dropping, but he instantly drops in return as the rest of GU go over the wall. Unbelievable amount of damage just being hammered through from Zeri. Actually 3 hits in the backline. Amumu falling straight away, and top an ADC falling.
We're going to be coming straight back into a fight, though. The action doesn't stop, and it's just a pick onto the mid lane. Chris G going down, but the quickness coming through. The charm onto the Kai'Sa is going to take her down. Seapoll going in, looking for the big ultimate. Does manage to find it, and that's going to be a lot of damage out, but can they get the Zeri? Can they get the Vigor? The answer is no. Their team is down, their base is down, and UOG is looking to end this game. Brian going forward, he does not care about the tower damage. Kolsch gets his health bar evaporated, and UOG takes it.
Yet another initially promising fight with a pick as Vigor just walks into the base, the disrespect. And GU just clearing the waves, getting the flash and the recalls for the win. GG, well played.
UOG demonstrating why they are the winners for Battle of Glasgow. They have been dominant, not just today, but all weekend long, and my God, do they deserve this win. Currently sitting at 9 wins. The next highest challenger is all the way down at 5. Dominant performance.
Completely so, and you can see those face cams completely relaxed, and GCU pondering that game. Lots of promising points, but a bit too late, I would say.
Yeah, the There was attempts. There was definitely ways that they had back into the game, but they just kept falling away from them. And Grizzlies have managed to put into practice two very different team comps, but they've both ended up executing in a pretty similar way, of Brian just being absolutely massive.
Yeah, and you can see the evolution from last year where Voy was the one playing these carry junglers, putting out those high damage shares, and Brian completely taking over that role. Voy able to hopefully bring a bit of that early game, shot calling, that leader presence, and it shows. You can see the cheers coming out.
Brilliantly played from Grizzlies. Caledonian Chargers tried their hardest. However, with that loss, that means the standings are set. In first place for Battle for Glasgow, you have Glasgow Grizzlies. Second place is going to be Strathers, and third place is going to be Caledonia. Those are not going to change. But what can change is who wins the last League of Legends match between Strathers and Caledonia. Whilst pride and who wins the event might not be on the line, there is still bragging rights to play for.
Yeah, definitely. So that's all it's there for, That last game, you want to end on that high. You want to get that home team cheering. You want the fans behind your back. And that's what GCU are playing for.
Absolutely. So coming out of that game, once more from the audience, can we get a massive cheer for your winners, the Glasgow Grizzlies? We're just going to be throwing you over to an interview with the winners in just a second, but one thing I do just want to say from the end of this, we gave them a weird cheer earlier, is Charge. They put on this event from the ground up. They've worked so hard on this, and there's no way to go about it. This has been the best that Battle for Glasgow ever has.
Yeah, fantastic event that they've run here, and we can see across many esports, bringing so many people together and just showing what Glasgow can achieve as a city, as a student population. I'm proud of everything that's happening here.
It makes me so excited, not just for Glasgow, not just for Charge, but for Scottish esports and esports in the UK in general. We've seen such a massive boom, not just here, but across the country, and seeing organizations like Charge and Battle for Glasgow putting events like this together that are so amazing. It is incredible. But now we're going to head over to the interviews for this game with Kaiseri.
Mateo? Mateo, the Heathen. All right, everyone, I'm here with Mateo and the Heathen, who just got off their second win of the day in League of Legends. And, of course, that does mean they secured their spot as the BFG 2023 champion. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And so how are you feeling that last game? You knew you already had it in the bag. You knew you're going home a champion. You won the first game. How did that lean into the agents that you picked for this last match?
I think it was just more about having a good time, just playing what we wanted to play instead of like what the meta dictates. So the Lee Sin pick and the Rakan pick partly as well. And also we just played with like more leniency. It was more relaxed. It was just more fun, really.
Well, I could definitely tell you guys were having a lot of fun. Do you think it was easier to play when there was that less stress on you? You knew you won it. You knew you could just have fun. Do you enjoy that a little bit more?
Yes, when we see like the draft, they didn't ban our champion a lot, because usually if I play and see something like that, they ban Anivia and my Veigar, and they don't ban those meta. I think it's very comfortable for me to pick my champion. So I picked my Veigar, my second favorite champion, against Victor. Yeah.
So before going into your first match today, again, you knew you had a good chance to take it home. Could you put up a win here today? Were you nervous or stressed, or did you have a pretty good idea that, hey, we're going to walk away with the championship yet again for the second year in a row?
Yeah, I think we were quite confident coming into it. It was respectful, obviously, but I think knowing full well that we were most likely going to take it. So we were quite relaxed. It was kind of just a fun event. It wasn't necessarily to win, because we'd kind of assumed we'd win. Not to be a dick about it, but yeah, no, that was the assumption we had going into it.
Yeah, well, congratulations again. We still have one more match coming up, but of course, the Grizzlies done playing for the day. We will see them again later during the awards ceremony, so don't go anywhere. We have Strathers versus Glasgow Caledonian University coming up after a short break.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, talk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, I to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me, then I double up again, none of their knows. None of them cold, they just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they will lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, and turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, I just wanna have fun, turn around now, I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now, I just wanna. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm in the dirt. I could show you what I'm worth. My hands in the dirt. From where they look when you not. A hand in your purse. Hell if you think I'm last, say last should be first. Go ahead and go feast your eyes. Chefing up, cooking them pies, leaving no slice. Believe on a guy who in demand and who got supplies. You on the land, me I'm fly. Look at the miles, I be in skies. Right by my side, miss look at them thighs. Up in Dubai, features. Backhand if you slick speaking. Cut off if that hand reaches. Sucker, I ain't about y'all leeches. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Women with sharks in the tank, Aquaman with how I think. How many could step on the stage and say they taking their art to the bank? You pulling rank, boy, I'm sharp as a shank. Making you step to the plank, the Capitan. Come get me if you can, I'ma get you if you can't. This ain't a prank, I have you waving the flag. Could say I'm all in my bag, getting my bags. Never see me getting bagged by the police sitting in the back. Only if it's with a drink, I tell these shorties relax. It's the return of the Mac, you the return of the slack. I let it burn with the facts, opposites they do attract. I don't go mess with the ops, I just be calling the shots. Like I was holding the chop, then I go hit up the block. Cop me a cheese and chop, probably go get me some top. Release for aftershock, then I return to the plot. Jacking the gold at the pot, gotta get it while it's hot.
That's what the love of money does.
It's heavy. Famous love. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots around my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause it's the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught sleep. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect time and check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Better run when you hear that. I said run when you hear that. Better run when you hear that. I said run when you hear that. Better run when you hear that. I said run when you run when you hear that. I said better run. I said run when you hear that. Run when you hear that. Better run. I said run when you hear that. Run when you hear that.
Run when you hear that. You better run when you hear that.
You heard it right, folks. It's a blind pick. Or a draft with no bans, should I say.
Yeah, we're going all memes here. There are no stakes necessarily here. Grizzlies, they were our Apex Predators today. They swept it. It was just like last year, and they earned it, right? Sensational performance by them, Brian, Void, the whole crew. But Strath is our second, Cali our third. It's the last game of the night. We are going all in here.
Yeah, definitely so, all in. And two of my favorite things, League of Legends und Cola. Yippee!
Oh my goodness, this is what we're bringing you here. This is the kind of quality that we're dropping on the last game of the night. Brains have gone out the window. It is just going to be all plays all day. As we get the rosters back up to see here, and the shout out to the man's mum, you got to respect that.
True, a family man. I respect that. There's the same value I hold. And Strathclyde and Chargers coming back for scraps, but important scraps. You want to end the tournament on a high, and that's what they're fighting for here today. It might be no bans, but mark your words, they're coming for bloods.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we saw in those first two games, the Grizzlies laid it all out. They had a massively dominant performance, but it was still a lot of action, right? It was a lot of kills, a lot of fighting, and now we can expect that same thing here today. Now, with no bans, let's revisit the OTPs that we have on the table right here. Chris G, we're looking for potentially Akali. Kolsch, we're looking for maybe Camille. Lewis, we're looking for Draven. The Chargers have a lot of very strong power picks they can lock in if they're not banned.
And the notable pick from Oni is the Syndra.
Yes.
Played a lot in his offline tournaments and also in solo queue.
Yeah. I think rank 3 Syndra EUS, rank 1 Syndra World, according to op.gg, so, you know, pinch of salt, but the man's rather good. And in that game versus Glasgow, he was doing a lot of work on the Silas. That wasn't even his main pick. We'll see what the picks end up being. We are still draft mode here, so they can't do same champions on either side. And we'll see if there is any priority to see if anyone's going to be stealing some power pick from one another.
Yeah, it seems like they're taking some time for no bans. I guess it has to run out in the end.
I suppose, yeah.
Gives us more time to talk about those potential picks. And I'm hoping to see Strathclyde really bring that game through Oni, I'm hoping. That amazing performance on Silas to GCU, who had some promising fights in that last game.
Yeah, for sure. They were fighting back. They were not going down easy. They had a clear plan for that composition. It was just that Grizzlies had enough of a counter to deal with it well enough. So we'll see if Strathers want to continue with that very aggressive decision-making, all-engaged style, or if they are going to give themselves a few more options now that they have the freedom to put together a comp with their strongest picks. Just trying to think, if they do go down the only solo queue kind of OTP role, you've got Syndra in mid lane. Are there any other picks that you think are particularly strong that they can lock in here to just try and build a good comp around this central mid pick?
Around that pick, I would expect a tempo jungler. That's the first on the list for me. You know, you don't want scaling in this final game. It's all about fighting those scrappy fights, getting that lead, and just hammering down the opponent.
Yeah,
so I'm hoping to see those, hopefully those Yomu Ghost Blades lethality junglers.
100%. Yeah, we haven't seen as much lethality here because the junglers have been very much on the enabling side. You know, Sam Sepiol played a Mina Mumu. It wasn't quite enough. Go Grizzlies, there he is in the background. And then we saw Voy as well, as you mentioned at the end of last desk, moving away from the carry archetype into very much the enabling side with the Maokai and, well, I mean, the Lee Sin was a bit of a meme, but he was still trying to set his team up for success, is the point, rather than taking all the gold for himself.
Yeah, definitely so. I think the Heathen was leading that sort of jungle support roaming combo in that game. And I hope to see that from Crawford and Sam this game. Sam was really promising Amumu ults. There's multi-man ults, good bandage tosses, but, you know, it's difficult to bandage toss a Zeri. But, you know, he hit those other ults, and you can see that Camille straight away.
And he's robbed that away from Kolsch. This is the Kolsch specialist, the Camille. So, guys, I like this pick. Both of these players are very proficient on the bruisers, and I do like that he's taking this power pick away. Now, Kolsch, we saw the Garen. We weren't in love with the Garen. You know, we didn't see too much out of it. So what do you think he's going to have as an answer to answer this Camille when, of course, the Draven being locked in for Lewis, a bit of a given?
I wouldn't mind seeing a Jax in there. Get that bruiser, the Trinity Force versus Trinity Force. That's what I hope to see. And you can see that Pantheon being hovered right now. Amazing flex coming through.
Squeeze me. Yeah, this could be 4 potential roles, top, mid, jungle, or support, depending on what they want to go. You could put it into the bot lane to make a kill lane out of the Draven, or you can try and pair it with an aggressive jungle mid maybe in that mid-jungle duo. It's hard to say.
And you can see the chance going through for the Nunu, but the Warwick being hovered at the end. Will he be picked?
The dog. Are we going to be woofing on the Rift here? We did see a Warwick.
Oh,
baby.
Yes, the
There he
Nunu.
is.
Let's go. It better
Okay.
be full AP. It better be full AP.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see the Nunu balls rolling into. We want to see the Disco Nunu coming out here at the last game of BFG as they're looking to hover over the Zeri right now that did everyone a little bit dirty in Brian's hands. Maybe Royboy wants to take a crack at it himself.
Yeah. Oh, and that MF coming out. Is it going to be locked in? Again, another champion. It's just a statistic champion. And all the buffs this patch have been flat AD to a lot of ADC items. And MF really, really benefits from that flat AD. Loves that lethality on Yumu's Ghostblade. And you hope to see a lot of damage coming out in that bot lane.
Yeah, it can actually stack up decently well to the Draven in the short trades as well. Using the double up well for the range advantage, you can deal with that. And the Lilia, we didn't see it in Boy's hands. We see it in Sam Scipio's hands instead.
Yeah, I think that's a classical counter to Nunu, able to match that movement speed, can kite in and out of fights, brings a lot of damage, and hopefully will be a defining pick this game.
Yeah, and now we know that the Pantheon isn't going in the jungle either, so it is going in a lane. One of the 3 lanes, who can say, I honestly think it's going to go into support. I think Crawford, we saw that hook from last game. We don't want to remember that one, but you can't miss W. It's point and click.
Can't do a man dirty like that. He wants to forget it, and I hope he does. He needs that confidence to continue flashing forward, make those plays, and that's what I hope to see from him if that Pantheon is in his hands.
Yeah, for sure. You can't be playing a passive Pantheon. There is no point in that pick. So we'll see if he wants to take that or if anyone else wants to go that. Kolsch, with the Ignite ready, could be trying to just take it in those short trades and try and take it to the Camille in the lane trades and then snowball that to the rest of the match. As we are going through the second round of bans, so we have another little bit of delay here. Let's check in on what we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen confirmation of support from either side, particularly Strathos. We're waiting to see what's going to come in there. And then the mid laners from either side?
Yes, that's right. Pantheon, obviously, a potential mid lane pick. He's actually in the OP tier for mid champions at the moment, but loses out heavily versus the control mages, just due to that, ranged melee matchup. So I hope they're not going to put him mid. I would like to see that in the top lane or support.
Yeah.
That gives us a bit more freedom to explore what might go in the mid lane.
Yeah, I want Akali. I'll be honest, guys. I want to see Akali. I want to see the former great Gatsu take Akali in the mid lane. That is Chris G's speciality. We have seen him clowning on kids in SEL during the past. This man is a back-to-back SEL finalist, and the Akali was a big part of that. So I want to see him bet on himself, and that is a champion that can really make Miss Fortune's life very hard. Miss Fortune doesn't really have any recourse if the enemy carries are on top of her.
Very much so. And you've seen the emergence of stuff like Annie, Nautilus, some Silas actually. We did see in the last game. It's also coming up in this recent patch. Akali classically does well against those champions. Past level 3, she has that shroud, that energy regeneration, able to kite in and out of that lane, get some damage away, clear the way pretty well.
Yeah, so hopefully Chris G will give us what I at least hope and pray for. And they're hovering the Jax right now. So you might have called your shot there, and the Jax locked in. So we are assuming this now is going into Kolsch's hands. The Pantheon still unconfirmed, but mid or support, the 2 options left.
Of course, since there we go,
Don't
that
take
Akali
it.
being
Don't rob
hovered
him.
away. Is it going to be picked?
Don't steal it.
Oh, that would be
we're going no bans.
quite a step onto the hopes of Chargers to try and pick that Akali. But
I mean, as much as they're going no bans, Strathos probably still want to win. So you probably don't want to give them Akali for free, but the Syndra was there, as we mentioned, and Oni is going to bring in the special onto the Rift Forest in this last game.
Definitely so, and you see those Lost Chapter changes coming through. It's 200 gold cheaper. Syndra definitely benefits from that. Of course, now more of a scaling champion as opposed to a lane bully. She still has that toolkit available, but her abilities really step online after those upgrades.
Yeah, it is a champion that I feel like could be quite exploitable to Pantheon, depending on if they want to flex it into the mid lane. They might just be holding the Pantheon to see where do we want to put it. Where do we want to find the best matchup for this pick? As Relictus is onto the Thresh, that is his most played down in the bot lane. So Thresh, MF down there, a lot of burst, good kill threat if they manage to get the catch, and we'll see what Charger's final answer is. They've been hovering a lot of memes right here, and we'll see what. Okay, are we wailing? Are we wailing this last game?
Oh dear. The terror of solo queue about to terrorize. We get the
is.
Akali.
Yes.
There we go.
Thank you.
What everyone wanted to see, Akali going on to the side of GCU. And what I have to admit is very much just a snowball comp.
Yeah, there is a lot of kill threat. across the map in this game. And so on the bot side, or on the right side, I should say, for Chargers, you've got Akali that's looking to scale up in the mid lane to be a threat, and Jax as well. They can trade heavily, but they're also very dangerous later on. And the bot lane is where that kill threat is early on, right? That's where they can be really forcing stuff early on. And I want to see if Sam Sepiol is going to be hanging around in bot lane to try and cover them, or maybe trying to get a lead over Tim somewhere else, or if Lewis and Crawford will even need it. I mean, they're probably going to be flashing in at level 2, let's be honest.
I agree. I think that cleanse is needed on the MF, but
Yeah.
she will suffer from not having exhaust this game, especially against the enemy team. A lot of backline access, a lot of dive, a lot of mobility, and we're just going to see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, and we are expecting them to leave it all on the Rift here today. It's been a long weekend here about for Glasgow 2023, but it's been a very, very exciting one. Today has given us plenty of action, CSGO into League of Legends, and now the Strathers and the Chargers ready to leave it all on the table.
Definitely so. Both teams with a point to prove.
Yes.
Who is going to be the best amongst them. Take Grizzlies out of the equation. They're not in the picture anymore. And this is all to fight for. And there's a lot of pride on the line.
Yes.
And I hope we can see some quality gameplay, if not bloody.
I was going to say, I'm not sure about quality. I'd like to see some gameplay, that's for sure. Definitely some kills, possibly some deaths. That's what I'm looking for in this game as we are getting onto the Rift. Last game of the day, last game of BFG23 Glasgow. Let's hear it!
Oh, let's hear it for both teams. You can see the crowd very much alive as we see a mid lane face-off with a couple of dancers coming through, and the classical Nunu and Willump as he breaks it down on the Rift all the way forward. No fear at all. Who's going to break this gentleman's agreement?
Okay, who wins that 4v4? If someone breaks code and breaks honor right now and kicks it out, who do you think wins?
No, I think Seppuku is the only way. They will have to offer themselves up at a moment of pride, and we can see the recalls coming through from both sides. Just wonderful to see.
Of course, very gentlemanly here. See the cancelled attack animations. No one was put wrong. Well done, everybody. Good claps for the honourable gameplay at level 1. No errant auto attacks here today. Yeah. And I'm glad to see we also have no culls here. There's going to be action. There's Doran's blades across the board.
Definitely so. That extra HP and stats going to make a difference. And no scumbag wards at level 1. That's what I love to see. Completely blind. Let's take that 2v2 approach in bot side as the wave's just waiting to crash.
Yeah, so we are expecting, as we said, kill threat most likely to come out of this bot lane. And then Tim on this Nunu, though. The gank threat coming out this Nunu right from level 1 is massive. And that could get any of these lanes snowballing for whoever takes the wrong end of it.
Definitely so, and you can see both junglers hoping to path onto the bot side, which I do feel is the most volatile lane.
Absolutely, especially in this meta. You know, we had a lot of bot-centric meta for the last few patches. It is still very much that way here, just with the way they've changed the items, but the junglers can have a massive impact as well. And while Nunu can affect all of the lanes in a very active way, Sam can be scaling up and can be a carry threat in his own right later on.
Definitely so. Both lanes fighting for that level 2. GCU, that amazing flay, just denying the flash from Crawford.
Relictus, fast fingers there, and it's a flash for naught. Crawford still struggling to get that CC in the right place. I thought the point and click was enough, but apparently not.
Apparently not, yes. Good foresight from Relicious. Goes for the hook, lands onto a minion with the raid of bullets coming through from MF, and not much difference being made as Draven hoping to just stack some axes, waiting for that big cash-in.
Yeah, you know, we talk about Draven having a lot of kill threat, but there is plenty of value to just sit back and scale up, wait for your jungler to come through, wait to get an advantageous fight, maybe the first Drake, and you get that first huge cash-in as they're still trading so hard down here.
And Draven managing to get 3 altars onto the Thresh, 2 onto the MF, and just gets complete control of the lane. Lewis.
Nunu's coming in.
And the Nunu roll coming through, managed to get Crawford, the flash flay into Crawford, insta-death. As the Nunu flashes forward, the root onto Draven, trying to get some access. Is he going to fall? Another fall onto the Draven with Sam Sepiol getting a return kill. Does he manage to survive? Any more kills coming through?
Samuel!
Big damage coming through.
Samuel!
Is he going to get more kills? No, going through to the Thresh. Unbelievable high-tempo fight in the bot lane. And many people falling from both sides.
It is on a knife's edge down in bot lane. A nice stacks Bozo. Lewis gets none of it.
A further fight breaking out on the top side with the Jax pushing the Camille away. You can see a bit of trading going around in the mid lane as well. As Jax jumps forward, a bit more bullying onto Kais, gets some HP back from that Camille W and walks back into lane.
So, Lewis did not get the kill. Sam Sepiol managed to claw one back, almost had the turnaround. That was very, very tight. But Relicious on this Thresh, absolutely popping off. Got that flash away from Crawford without losing anything early, then finds the flash engage of his own later on, sets up the kill perfectly. This Thresh is doing wonders for this bot lane. And as we check in on top side, we saw Kolsch getting a bit scrappier, getting a bit more aggressive on this Jax. We didn't see enough out of him on the Garen, honestly. I wanted to see more. Now he's in the Bruiser v Bruiser matchup. We might see him flex a little bit.
Definitely so. Akali walking up to get a bit of a trade. Pantheon in that bush in bot side, and we go back to mid lane, panning through. Oh, the Shuriken's missing. And you see Jax further trading into that Camille. Gets a couple of autos. Camille with a shield returns with a bit of healing from a W. Action all across the map.
Yeah, and I mean, Thresh had to just hand him back one, just executing himself into the tower, but another gank.
Nunu rolling through, again set to hit the Pantheon, gets the W across, not shielding much of the damage. Crawford really struggling in this game as he gets picked away yet again, and a further kill going through to the side of UOS.
The lack of vision control in that bot try is really hurting the Chargers. Twice now Tim has just rolled in raw. He hasn't had to do anything really specialist to get in there. Lewis Crawford trying to push that wave in, but Nunu always ready to punish. And Sam, you know, on this Lilia, he doesn't want to be forever counter-ganking. He wants to be farming. He wants to be trying to make active gold leads for himself.
Definitely so, and you see that Nunu rolling, but no one's hating just yet. He's getting some free reigns on those ganks as UOS managed to find a reset in the bot lane after pushing, and Draven has a big uphill struggle to get all those stacks back as we pan into the top side. Pretty volatile but stable matchup. Kai's down just about a wave, but should recover some from this wave coming through.
And with the level 6s coming in, we might see a bit more action in the top side when they have the ultimates to flex. We could see the junglers try to dedicate some time up there, because we already know that bot lane is very volatile. And Lewis, yes, he is down in the kills, but he's still in possession of a CS lead. He is still keeping up decently on this Draven. And as we said, if he gets that one big cash in the mid game, he could be right back in it. So for Strathers, you want to try and build some other threats. Get Oni ahead on the Syndra, get Kai'Sa ahead on the Camille, so it's not all on Roy later on to deal the damage.
Definitely so, and you can see Syndra's abilities landing, getting those stacks up early, as we see a massive wave push into top lane. Can we see a potential dive or trade onto this side? No, level 6 is too risky as they both back out, and Sam just clearing out vision on the Drake. Will they start it straight away? Maybe not, and Nunu on the top side clearing through as we pan in to the mid lane.
Yeah, we have hit into a little bit of a downtime here. Level 6 has been hit, but everyone's pulled their recalls. They're starting to get items. They're high HP. They're going to go back into the trading patterns, and we'll see who can open up that first window to commit hard for a kill. Even the bot lane has quieted down a little bit as GCU realize we kind of fumbled the bag a little bit here. Let's slow it down. We don't have to throw it all away right now. We've got more other threats building across the map. And they didn't manage to get that dragon. Now Nunu has headed down there. We might see a contest, but with the recall coming through from Sam Sepiol, I imagine Tim going to clean this up with no contest.
Definitely so, and I hope to see that Pantheon really being unleashed from that bot lane once he hits level 6, but that's just a while to go. And you can see Oni going for that flash forward into trade, and Chris
aggressive.
G completely all-inning for this fight. Gets an ignite down, couple of Qs, gets that empowered autos, another Q, gets the ultimate part 2, but not managing to get the kill, and other UOS roam from the bot side as they get the advantage on that play.
Brother, it's a bit of a Thresh differential. Religious is everywhere, saving every play, landing all the CC he needs. This Thresh pick has been massive in both the bot and the mid lane now, and it looked like Chris G might be able to open up a lead for himself with that somewhat questionable flash from Oni, but the support there ready to do his job to support the mid lane, and University of Strathers now with another lane going ahead.
And you can see maybe it's just that 500 IQ from Oni to flash forward, baiting that Akali for that bot lane roaming up. And you can see Relicious holding that wave as I feel that they can bully away GCU's bot lane at this point.
Yeah, they're actually in such a good position going into that lethality for Royboy. Those double ups are going to really start hurting, and Lewis on the Draven, when he wants to kind of pop that movement speed to try and get in range to stack up the autos, MF can just press E, can just press make it rain, slow him down and fully disengage. Doesn't have to take any fights he doesn't want to, as long as he gives Crawford a wide berth.
Definitely so. That Lilia ball hitting the Nunu but opts out of the ultimate, and Nunu making sure to get those Scuttle Crabs, always has that bonus movement speed for the rolling, And you can see the laugh coming out, the disrespect on the ward as he backs away from the Herald.
You know what I am very happy to see Bo get up on this Nunu? I'm happy to see a Hextech Alternator. We're getting some AP Nunu in this game. There will be no Radiant Virtues. There will be no tank items. We're going damage here. That's exactly what we want. And he is going to be a very big threat in those fights. If you get caught in the wrong brush, you get caught and CC'd up maybe by Thresh inside that ultimate, it could just one-shot the squishies of Caledonia.
Definitely. So AP Nunu has a lot to offer. You know, that massive W damage, the big Q heal. You can literally taste the tears of your enemies. Fantastic pick. I completely rate it.
It's really, really strong. And Sam CP on the other side will be scaling up on that Lilia, but wants to get that first item down first. Wants to get the Demonic Embrace and then can start working on it as Crawford. Getting aggressive, but it's just a short trade.
Definitely so, and you see that value of the Thresh coming out. Regardless of that stun, the Lantern down straight away, denies damage, repositioning. Not really much that the Pantheon can do in this situation.
And we saw that Herald has gone down for Nunu as well. Sam was in the area taking a look, see if he could make something happen, but now Tim going quite aggressive. Not called the Lilia ultimate, and Chris G as well holding his nerve for now.
Yeah, just a short trade into the mid lane, helping that Syndra push in for what I expect is a recall, but she's actually full mana and HP. You can see the Nunu just stepping into Lilia's jungle with no regard at all about any repercussions.
Yeah, we can see that Crawford is kind of tied to this bot lane now that he is. They've not got the lead here, and he doesn't feel safe leaving Lewis in this lane, it seems. Doesn't want to use that ultimate elsewhere. We maybe just need to see Crawford just say, all right, this lane's kind of done. We didn't get the lead that we wanted. Let's get a lead somewhere else.
Definitely so, and you can see the in-lane gang coming through from the Nunu. The hook hitting onto Crawford. Both flashes being forced from the GCU bot lane as Timray unstoppable on this Nunu.
I know, absolutely. We could see a counter play here. See if y'all can get this bowling ball. Doesn't get onto anyone, but Pantheon going in.
Big ultimate coming through from Pantheon. Gets hooked by the Thresh. Gets flayed back. Another kill going on to the Thresh. MF falling straight away. Relicious about to fall. Draven with 2 kills. Is the Nunu going to fall as well? Big plays coming through from Sam Sepiel. Are they going to get that final kill? The flash forward and chop with a laugh. No respect at all from the Nunu. And you can see the crowd favorite clear in this game.
Absolutely, Tim with the chomp under tower, and you can see he was charging up that ultimate in the brush, but GCU skirted around it expertly. You'll see it here in the replay. Pantheon calls the ult early, gets deep behind them to force the engagement, and they want to get Roy down. Crawford dies for it, but he gets Lewis in range, and he gets to cash in on the Draven. And we saw the Nunu ult, it didn't get that massive burst on, and once that's done, they just don't have enough DPS to match up this 2 versus 2. And Timray getting something back as Sam Sepiel gets a bit too big for his boots there. But Lewis still getting those kills is massive for the Chargers.
Definitely so. Big damage coming out from that chomp as we pan into the top side, which has been quite tame yet again in this game. There's all the action on the bot mid-river. And just hoping to see one of these bruises really pop off.
Exactly, we're waiting to get those first item spike maybe is the next thing to look for. Maybe Nunu's going to make it happen.
And Nunu rolling through onto Kolsch. Does he get the knockback? Unable to. Gets the flash out from the Hextech Ultimatum, but the kill is still going through to Kais. And this Nunu yet again making further impact. Are they going to use the Herald on the top side? No, but we can see a bit of a skirmish on the bot lane as HP bars are pretty static.
And Timray all over the map right now gets a well-needed kill for Kais as the Divine Sunder has been completed by Kolsch, so that trade pattern is going to be even scarier, but now the extra gold means the Triforce is there for Kais. So both these bruisers are now very much online in this game when they have their Rs with their ultimates, and we could start to see them contributing to these later fights as now the Dragon is almost up.
Definitely so. I'll be honest with you, the Divine Sundra, bit of a stinker. I want to see more of those Trinity Forces really opting into that damage. That's what Jax is now. The ultimate change a couple of patches ago, he really just shells out that damage, and that's what you need to build into, I feel, in this game.
We have our first Youmu's down in bottom as well for Roy. It gives him a bit of that movement speed to help reposition in the fights, plus just doing a whole heap of damage with its new mythic status. So Roy Boy, 3-2 and 3 coming out of the lane, is no longer ahead of Lewis because of that cash-in he got. Lewis managed to get the Essence Reaver done and building towards his second, but there is still plenty of damage on this Misfortune. As you said, a stat stick champion, if they can set the ult up right, it will melt pretty much anyone on the Charger side.
Definitely a couple of trays going out in top lane, quite indolent yet again. But you can see that difference in mid lane. That range just coming in clutch as Chris potentially going for an all-in. Does he get the Q2? And R2 gets the kill solo onto mid lane, styling on this patented Akali. As we can see a further fight break out. This is what Crawford wanted to do in the bot lane. Gets that pick onto Oni. Are we going to get more going through from Sam Sepiel? Gets a massive 2-man ulti. as the bot lane of GCU clear up that fight, going in the way of GCU.
Massive play for the Chargers there. They got everything they needed. Chris G with a solo kill in the mid lane. The former great Gatsku back to his former glory. And Lewis with 2 more kills. All of a sudden, Chargers, they're feeling very comfortable here. They've got the gold lead. Their snowballing champions are starting to get online.
And that Noxian bounty on Draven about to give him some absolute fast item load. And we can see what he's going to make on the map with that.
Dear.
The Infinity Edge coming straight out. He's not holding back this game.
Drops it so hot right there. That is a massive power spike for him. And you can see that Sam is waiting in the wings. Both junglers know there is a fight that's going to happen. Maybe one of them is looking at their mid lane and saying, what the heck is going on there? But Crawford had a much better fight here. He's been struggling all day today, but this was a fight where he really got to show the Pantheon, as we have to hold on for now.
And the Nunu rolling in, gets a massive snowball. Does he manage to finish off the kills? Hextech Ultimatum coming out, flash away from the turret. Clean execution from UOS, getting some gold back into their pockets.
Yeah, Kolsch unfortunately the victim of another 2 versus 1 there, and Kais is going to be scaling up nicely. Sam, he's always here after the fight has happened. We noticed to clear up the farm, a little bit of attacks in there. Classic carry jungler.
Definitely so. And Nunu rolling into the mid lane. Akali eating away to safety as you see that disengage coming through. And Oni just getting those stacks constantly. And I expect he's going to be very, very scaled into this mid game.
100%. You can see that CS lead that he's built up for himself. Even though he did go down in the solo kill, he's still going to be about up in goal as the Nunu what's called.
And Nunu manages to get a chomp, but Chris G, no mercy at all. And the return kill coming through from Oni. Clean scatter the weak after the ultimate. Crawford getting hooked by Relicious and Royboy. Manages to get that shielding. Does he manage to survive the ultimate? No. Oh, big hook onto Draven coming through. Relicious absolutely popping off in this fight. Will they get Sam Sepiol in the end? Yes, another scatter the weak. UOS. Big re-engage, get all the kills, 4-0, or 4-1, should I say.
All right, Oni absolutely crushed that fight as soon as, the 1v1s weren't going so well for him. But let's look at the replay. You can see with his team around him, he's playing it so very well as a backline threat. They get that kill, that trade onto Chris G, and the hook landing Relictus with another beautiful flay. Cancels the stun from Crawford. And yes, he blocks the MF ultimate, but look who's round the corner. It's Oni with more Dark Spheres. A beautiful hook onto Lewis on the Draven as well. This Syndra and this Thresh working in tandem are crushing the team plays.
Definitely so. Really well played by US to get back and just get a couple of kills, get the gold lead, and we can see them going for the Drake.
That's kind of every lane sorted for Stratos now. They've got this top lane success with the timely Nunu ganks. Bot lane with great plays from Malicious Thresh helping Royboy cleaning up those kills. And now Oni on the back of that mid lane skirmish, 2-1-2 with the CS lead. They're all leading across the map. Lewis!
Royboy, will he be able to survive? No. Lewis getting the clean kill on. Stun coming through from Crawford. Will they manage to finish off the kill? And the point blank Q finishes it off. You can see that lethality from the Pantheon really starting to do some damage right now.
100%. Yeah, that spear stung like an absolute nightmare for Relicious. And Crawford and Lewis getting so much value now in the later 2 versus 2. Royboy and Relicious are very strong in the team plays when they can set up for each other, when they can protect each other. But Lewis and Crawford individually are so strong on their own.
Timray with a further gank onto the top side. Oni scatters the weak, an instant ultimate, completely destroying Kolsch. As they get to this turret, should be free.
Kolsch is having a pretty rough time this game, not having a lot of fun, not being able to play a lot of League of Legends in this game. 0-3 now on the Jax as Kais with the clean 3 kills gifted over from the Night Harvester Nunu. And again, the Chargers just, they're late. They can try and save the wave, get some gold, but they can't save their top laner. And being essentially one member down for a fair few more minutes could hurt them a lot.
Relicious onto the hook for Crawford and gets instantly put down by Royboy. Fantastic ward in the final moments of his life. Reveals Crawford for that free gold. Cha-ching, cha-ching into US.
Absolutely. Relicious finding a pick of his own. Crawford not the only one finding the engages. And you can see just a bit of a greedy recall from Crawford here. On the enemy side of the map, you can see no one else is anywhere near him on the map. No one can save him. And it's a free kill back into the Stratos AD carry.
And further gold going through in the side of Strathclyde as Sam Sepiol gets an ultimate onto one person only. The W interrupted and instantly killed with the true damage coming through from the Camille. Fantastic play. Dies from the burn and the Draven not managing to get any more kills in return.
All right, the Demonic Embrace Lilia still finds it with the dot after a while, but credit to Kais for a stellar interrupt. The Thresh, the Camille, everyone is just stifling the Chargers' plays. Before they happen, as Kolsch had no chance, walked into a Cinder on the wrong side of the jungle and just eats the R.
Oni, definitely Devil, not even in disguise at this point, going around just scattering these weak champions on the side of GCU, getting easy kills. It's going to be a monster.
And see, they're trying to make this play onto Christie, right? Akali goes into the Shroud. It's very hard to make this one work, but the Hextech Ultimatum does lock him in place, at least for the time being. Christie, though, almost gets away, but does a lot of damage on the way out. Now Sam Sepiol sees two juicy targets, thinks, I've got true damage, I can flash it, I can get it done, drops the Drowsy, only gets it onto Nunu, though, and it gives Kais time to reset up for the engage, so it is ending up being the trade. The TP's a little bit late. Ultimately, Dravenult might have found it in the end, but, you know, Demonic Embrace Lilia, you can never really stop taking damage with this pick.
Definitely so. Well played from the side of Strathclyde, as we see Nunu just clearing out the bot side, and he has almost even CS to Lilia, which is really impressive considering the amount of KP that he has in this game.
Yeah, 100%. 13 kills that Nunu has been a part of to the 5 of Sam Sepiol. The Nunu doing such work in this game, Tim Ray, and he's spending half his time emote spamming as well. I don't know how he finds time for all of this activities in this game. But Strathus are in such a good position. They're 4K ahead. They do have some strong snowballing threats into the mid-game with the Syndra that can go late as well. The Camille now 4-0-1 is really activated in this game. And Chargers, yes, they've got good kill threat. They have threats of their own to play through, but they need to be very respectful of Strathus at this stage.
Yeah, now big objectives like the Baron spawning. You can see that Ocean Drake timer spawning in about 1 minute 10.
Roy?
As a flash
stun
comes through onto Roy Boy. Flash over onto the other side. MF ulti not finding anyone. Draven ultimate getting the kill in return. But the Camille coming up. Massive damage coming through. Big hook onto the Draven. As we can see, this fight breaking out on all ends. Only one person being ulted by the Lilia as Christie picks up a kill on the back. Relicious goes down. And Sam Sepiol survives this fight, and GCU getting a fight of their dreams.
Is Nunu doing Baron right now? Is he soloing Baron right now? Can somebody check this man? Somebody go and check it. Because he is working on it. He is getting very close.
2/3 of the way through.
Oh, wait, no one's looking. They're backing. Tim, he's going to find it after a play like that.
Is he got it?
No! Timothy.
Unfortunate, not managing to find that cooldowns onto the Q. No. And you can see the amount of healing it does versus jungle camps.
Exactly.
He's definitely a threat to solo that objective.
Yeah, the theory was there for sure. And we saw that this play started off with a highly disrespectful positioning by Roy Boy. We were talking about how respectful Chargers had to be. Roy was feeling very confident, and that just starts up this trading, kills back and forth. But Camille, we talked about it, finally activated 4-0, did so much damage. Slice is off the Draven, and Chris G can threaten on the backside. So there's a lot of engage from the side, a lot of power on the side of Strathus. They're piling in, thinking they're in such a strong position. But Chargers, they had more people there, and Roy Boy, ultimately, one of the big sources of damage, was eliminated before he could do anything.
Definitely. So I think you can see that Akali pick right there. If you manage to get into that backline, nuke your carry, you're just down a person that fights. Yeah. And Akali can still put out energy-based champion as we see a potential fight breaking out in this river. Nunu charging up the snowball, denied by the Draven as Chris G goes for a 1v1 in the bot side.
Oh, it's close.
All part 1 going down. And Chris G with a point blank R2 gets the kill onto Camille as we can potentially see a further fight develop on this bot lane tri-brush. Relicious with a hook going wide.
Ult's called.
Lilia with a 2-man ultimate. Can she walk up, do more damage? Massive ulti coming through for the Pantheon. More damage from the entire side of Strathclyde.
Nunu
massive ultimate, but no follow-up coming through from the rest of Strathclyde as GCU pick up a further fight.
Another big win for GCU, and now they are in control of the gold. These fights have just been played so well by them. Chris G on the Akali is unleashed right now, taking the 1v1 versus Camille, and then Sam Sepiol continuing it with a lovely Q, catching the carry of Roy Boy. Look at that with the bowling ball. The Swirlty lands on him, and that is all they need to go and commit the Pantheon ultimate. Nowhere the MF can run. And at that point, not even the Disco Nunu ult can save it.
Definitely so. Fantastic Skyfall from Pantheon. Nunu gets an almost full charge of the ulti, but there's no carries to back it up.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, only backing away, possibly all abilities on cooldown. And you see a massive fight for GCU, almost even on kills now, with a gold lead.
Exactly. They have dragged this one back magnificently, and this is exactly what we wanted this game to deliver, Bogo. We wanted kills. We wanted an even matchup. Both of these teams, yes, they are not playing for first. They are playing for pride. They are playing to leave BFG on a win.
And you can see how much that pride matters. Amazing performances coming out from both sides. And redemption, I think, for Crawford, he's been landing key knockouts, key stuns with grand ultimates. That Skyfall, hitting 3 people on the enemy team right there, making sure to pave the way for his team.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Crawford in lane doesn't light my world on fire. But Crawford in the mid game, oh my god, this man is crazy. This man is calling the plays, and he's got the Youmu's ready. He's got great items to build on this patch. He's making great use of them, and they're playing well together. They are playing decisively and committing hard onto those squishy targets like Roy, like Oni, when they need to.
Definitely so, and I hope to see that Edge of Night coming through as a second item really gives him more survivability, because all he's there for is that instant stun. And the team will back him up. That's all he needs to do. And that's what we're seeing from him now, I believe.
Yeah, they've got plenty of damage to be getting on with. You know, yes, they have a Jack Shaw on the Lilia, but it doesn't matter. Spoilers, as Kai's calling a fight. Oh my god, he's been caught as well.
Oh, amazing. Chris Scat of the week. Unfortunate caster curse for Crawford as we see a further fight break out on this bot side.
Kolsch
unbelievable levels of damage coming through from Kai's. Kolsch not managing to fight him back at all, and we see a flash coming through from Draven. Big 2-man knockup from Oni. Is he able to get any more damage at all? Chris G goes into the back line, completely untouched. Does he get the massive two kills? Does he get Rondo as well? Oh! Triple kill from the Akali!
Oh my god, a monster play from Akali. He's putting the game on his back right now, Bolger. That fight looked so bad. They lost the 1v1 bot. They lost their support around the Baron, but Akali comes in clutch.
Multiple points of focus, multiple man shurikens, and the R2 just cleaving through Strathclyde. Amazing, amazing play.
They couldn't hold them down. You can see just individual members of Chargers, they've been caught on their own. They're maybe getting a bit too confident. Yes, they had a couple of one fights, but it's through playing together. It's being synergized that is getting them the win. You can't give them the windows, or I guess maybe you can if Chris G's ready to clean up the mess.
Oh, look at that R2. Fantastic. 2 people completely cleaved, and you can see that damage coming through from the Akali. Q's doing about a quarter of those HP bars. An absolute menace on the Rift. 8-3 with a 600 gold shutdown.
And he's only 3 items deep. He's got more power to build. Chris G, this is not the last we are seeing of him in the team fights. He is going absolutely mental. And the Chargers, all they need to do is they need to keep their heads, right? We've seen them get a little bit sloppy there. Chris G saved them, right? You don't get that many second chances. So if they can keep playing together with the power and the skill that Chris G is playing with, they might be able to run this one through. They get another one-team fight. That can turn into a Baron. That can turn into inhibs. That can turn into the game.
And on the side of Strathclyde, the key players to note are that Nunu and Thresh, 18 KP between the both of them. Massive playmakers for every single fight that we've seen. And I hope to see more going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we talked about a lot of charges in the last few minutes, but Strathers do still have the Camille. 7-2-1 for Kais. He came out of the lane very strong. He's working towards his third item. If he finds Lewis on his own, even if he finds someone like Sam or Kolsch on their own, he probably wins that 1v1 right now. So they need to be very respectful of this Camille, and Oni as well on the team fighting Syndra. This is a late game scaler. He is only going to get stronger. He's going to get that massive percentage AP boost from his passive, and looks like he might be working on a Rabadon's right now.
Definitely so. And on the side of the ADCs, you can see both champions. They're both statistics. They've got plenty of items, and they're both going to 3-hit people at this point in the game. So it's just about finding that perfect kite. As the hook goes wide from Thresh, Scat of the Week finding a few people, but not going to amount into too much. Kolsch. Oh.
These hooks, man, these hooks are so scary for Malicious. Any one of them lands, that could be the trigger to go, as now Camille is rotating up the lane. Gayali still in the bot side, but does have the TP. If anyone gets caught out, Sam has to blow his flash.
And GCU on the back foot in this fight. As you see the Nunu charging through. Is Crawford going to be a further victim of this? No, manages to kite away into the bush. Knows he's clear in vision on this side, but we can see UOS not wasting any time, posturing for that Baron straight away. What can GCU do to respond?
This is going down so fast, and they have Nunu Smite secure. They are advantaged in a flip situation, but Sam is still in the area. They need to keep him out. Kaiser goes in.
Oh, massive Hextech ultimatum coming through from Kais. Instantly pops that. Oh, and we can see multiple points of fighting. Kais on this side gets 3 people down. Jack's going down on the other side near the Baron pits. And the only person alive is Chris G with not much to work with.
I don't think even Chris G can save this one. That was a blowout for Strathers. Chargers, they were all over the place. Some were in the pit, some were out, some were in the lane. They weren't playing together. That's what was working for them before. And Strathers picked them apart piece by piece with an aggressive, decisive call onto the Baron. Tim not losing out on that potential smite fight. And now they're the ones cracking inhibs.
Yeah, this could be a potential finish, but US opting in for the safer reset and go for the objective of the Drake. You can see Timbre already on it, going to secure it. And definitely, as you said, that fight, multiple points of focus. Unsure what to do, what to castle, really.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, both of these teams do have decent 1v1 options, right? The Akali, the Jax, the Draven, these are all good in 1v1 scenarios. Lilia as well. On the other side, Camille, Syndra, if catches a squishy unawares, can do great in the 1v1, but it seems like just coordination-wise, Strathers were playing much better together. They had the full vision, they had the setup in the river, and then Chargers, maybe with a little bit of a lax approach to that objective, just got picked off one by one, and now the gold lead is back in the Strathers' favor. The pendulum has gone right back to the other side.
Definitely so, and honestly, this is where the control mage comes in. That zone control with the Syndra Scatter the Weak is unbelievable in these choke points, in every one of these fights. Multiple member stuns coming through from Oni. Definitely an MVP in my eyes.
Absolutely. He is pulling his weight right now on the Syndra, and props again to these teams for going no bans, allowing everyone to bring their absolute A game into this final game of the day, and we are seeing excellent performances across the board. Everyone has had something to show so far as now the Baron push comes in.
Ooh, MF ulti being popped, that hook just narrowly going wide, Chris G escaping with his life, and we see a further push in into this inhibitor turret, and can GCU do anything at all?
Yeah, they've recalled Kolsch, they haven't left him pushing in that top side. There are bounties on the field. If Kolsch can get a split push going, they could drag some of that gold lead back, but they're clearly too afraid of that gold lead. They don't want to get caught out.
Ooh, and Nunu with the in-base roll.
Chris,
doesn't manage to find anyone. Chris G goes into the back line. Does he find a pick at all? Kolsch getting a two-man knocker, stun. Can we see anything go through? Massive stun coming through from the Thresh. Oh, Nunu going golden in the base. The Lilia falling. A massive route coming through from US. GCU, can they manage? Sam Sepiel, the hook goes wide. But unfortunately, Kai's too big at this point. 3 items with the Hull Breaker. Gets the final kill, and what I expect is the game for Strathclyde.
I think that's just it. Kais on the Camille, ultimately the difference maker. They've got the Baron push ready, and Strathers will end BFG on the win.
Fantastic play from both teams. Extremely bloody fight. What is that, 60 kills in 34 minutes. Fantastic display from both teams. As you can see, a dance coming out from the Strathers boys.
Yeah, and Strathers, they were the ones locked in second in this game, and they reaffirmed that here today. They will take the win over Chargers, but what a performance from both sides. They gave us so much more to work with, so much more action to cast over. It was a bloodbath, it was a mess, and I loved every second.
Yeah, fantastic display from all teams today. I think everyone can walk away proud. Caledonian go 0-2, but actually a lot of star moments from their team members.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone had their moment to shine, especially, let's give it up for Chris G. Oh my word, that Akali. So many plays in the fights, the 1v3s, the 1v4s. He went crazy in this game. In that last fight, sadly wasn't able to quite cleanly get that kill. He ended up trading, and maybe if that goes slightly one way or the other, they are able to fight their way out of that situation. But the University of Strathers, when they were playing together, when they managed to kind of get back grouped up after that Baron, they were just too tough to break apart.
Definitely. So a lot of seesawing I expect in the gold graph this game, but clear points of victory for Strathclyde. Very well organized fights, and you can see that Camille being a backline terror. No one's able to peel her away. The instant she gets CC thrown at her, goes straight into that Hextech ultimatum. Massive shield as she pops out. What can you do against it?
I know. It's pretty tough. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for sticking around. Thanks for the games, and give it up for Dust behind us as well, casting those first 2 games. We have had an absolute blast here today at BFG 2023, rounding off in the League of Legends block. And we will have, I imagine, the awards ceremony coming up very soon, interviews as well, so we'll be vamping and chilling until we guys have that set up for you.
Yeah, definitely my second time coming through, but I have to admit, from last year, everyone stepped up the ball quite a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of good performances coming out from every single member. You see moments of brilliance. You see that effort coming through. No one stops fighting until that Nexus falls, and that's what you love to see at these kinds of grassroots tournaments.
Yeah, going down swinging to the very end. Glasgow, we'd have it no other way. Congratulations to everyone today on putting their best foot forward. Of course, to remind everyone, the Grizzlies did come out 2-0 on this series on the League of Legends block, and they are going to be your BFG winners. But the Grizzlies they were cut above today, right? They showed very clean gameplay. They showed a good understanding of the meta. They knew how to exploit it and how to best use their team. But then in that last game, we saw 2 teams kind of just able to let go of all inhibition, pick what they wanted, play how they wanted, and it gave us such a banger to end the day.
Yeah, definitely. So that's what you love to see. That game was for the fans. That's what everyone in this room, and you can hear that crowd cheering constantly for GCU, and they come back every fight with that rigor, with that will to kill, and almost made it happen.
Absolutely. They were within a hair's breadth so many times, fighting through, keeping that game close after a tough early game. They fought back, Crawford on the Pantheon, Christian on the Akali. Everyone was pulling their weight, and they were giving us a fantastic show to end this one. And what a show it has been. What a weekend it has been. Shout outs again to Charge for putting the production on here, doing a fantastic job behind the scenes. All of the talent, all the way through all of the games. It's been a long weekend, but everyone has been putting the graft in, and I think we had a pretty good weekend, did we not?
Yeah, definitely. So I've absolutely loved it. You know, I'm definitely going to go back and watch a couple of those VODs. Definitely highlights to go for, and you can see Kolsch. That's Kolsch on the screen, isn't it? Yes.
That's the Garen Master.
Unfortunately, a tournament to forget for him, but you know what? He almost made it work in that last game.
Yeah.
That Jack showing, you know, multi-man stuns towards the ends, but not quite having the damage to carry it through.
Yeah.
Camille getting the advantage in that matchup.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, that's the Trinity Force right there. You know, the Sandra falls short, definitely in that matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, and then Tim Ray as well, making his presence known very much in that top lane. Sam always like shows up to see the wreckage of his top lane. It's like, this has gone a bit south, guys, but there's a wave for me. That's nice. I'll grab that one. I'll take that. That's free.
Definitely so. That Lilia really going for those counter-engage ultis.
Yeah.
Not sure we managed to find a really huge ultimate, but gets those key numbers. And I believe we're about to go through to interviews with the... Oh, not just yet.
Oh, Psych tricked you.
Yeah,
right,
Psych indeed. Yeah, I hope to see a bit more out of that Lilia. But we're just going to go and pan through to the winning team for...
Yeah.
Okay, right.
So we are going to be just, we'll send you through to the interview once it is ready. Of course, we want to get everything nice and crispy and prepared for you guys as we finish off the week. Thanks to everyone as well who stuck around for so long today. Of course, we are now at, coming up for 9:45 on a Sunday. Thankfully, it's the bank holiday tomorrow, though. So
thankfully,
all of us with boring 9 to 5s get to chill.
Unfortunately, I'm in tomorrow, but it's fine. I've got lots of energy. I'm too hyped up on adrenaline after this cast, I think, so...
Mate.
Yeah,
you gotta have those stable hands though. You gotta
true.
Come down. All right?
I'm going back. I'm gonna sink a couple of hours into solo queue, lose a couple of hundred LP,
man.
just the standards.
That's a great use of your Sunday night. You know, you go straight into the.
And I think we're just about to roll into the break just now.
Cool.
Like feet. Let me get a beat, kick your feet like. Let me get a beat, kick your funky like feet.
Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worried about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
got you on fire. Shit might get released when you walk down the aisle. Expose who you are beneath that fake ass smile. A couple songs about you and I told the truth through and through. Never name drop, you guilty if you assume it's you. From laying under covers to staying under your skin. I know exactly what it was, fuck what it is. Stay thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. It could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises sent me back down to earth. Back down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to all those intentions. And cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question. You always look good when shit was looking bad. Looking back, it had me trusting somebody I probably shouldn't have. PTSD from falling and hitting rock bottom with nothing there to cushion that. And last time you reached out, I ain't read the message. Leave it to karma to respond when you least expect it. Everything I said, I felt the need to mention. When facts seem offensive, it's hard to ease attention. I'm just thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. It could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises sent me back down to earth. Back down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to all those intentions. And cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Let me just talk one time. Whoa. Whoa. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. Told them I ain't playing, they don't wanna get hurt, dog. It's about time I just show them how it works out. Seen them in the shit, but now they out worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first, dog. Told them step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they tryna talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot, and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet.
I just need a reason. I just need to know what's on your mind. Tell me what you're needing. You can call my name, I'll be around. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da. That will keep you safe and sound. Dum da da, dum dum da da, dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum. The sky is falling.
We need your help to make Glasgow the greatest gaming hospital in the world. You could hold a games night, a streaming marathon, or even give up gaming. Whatever you do, your fundraising can help to bring the magic of gaming to the Children's Hospital. Join our campaign, Games for the Win.
What an exciting weekend, everybody. We had a great 3 days full of wonderful games, but the weekend is not over yet. We have some exciting things coming up and, of course, the award ceremony. But first, we just saw a little ad about Glasgow's Children's Hospital, and I want to talk a little bit about their charity. They're raising money to help bring gaming to children in the hospital, and they actually have a raffle going on right now. So those of you watching at home, you can visit their website, and anyone who's here in person, there should be a little card on your seat. Scan that QR code for a chance to join the raffle and win some awesome gaming prizes. I also want to thank our other sponsor, GT Omega. All of the MVPs of today's events will be winning a gaming chair just like this one. And if you, And if you also want a chance at winning a gaming chair like this, you can enter the giveaway by tagging a picture of this event and tagging GT Omega Racing and Charge Esports UK with the hashtag BFG Omega. So that's BFG Omega. Take a picture of this event, and you have a chance to win a Pro Series chair just like this one, and just like the MVPs of this weekend. Okay, well, you guys are probably sick of hearing me talking, so let's start this award ceremony. We're going to start with Overwatch. All of the winners of Overwatch, the event, will be winning a medal, just like every game this weekend. So, would the Chargers Overwatch team come up here? Yeah, everyone, a round of applause for the Chargers. And we also want to thank this weekend's Overwatch MVP, X Doorbell. Congratulations, you will be going home with a gaming chair. And of course, we want to thank our MVP, Connor Moore. Congratulations, Connor. You will also be going home with a GT Omega gaming chair. All right, moving on to Rocket League. Congratulations to the Rocket League team from University of Glasgow. And congratulations to the Rocket League MVP, Rossi 2 Saucy. All right, moving on to Rainbow Six Siege. Congratulations to the University of Glasgow Grizzlies. And don't even worry, stay right there. You're also today's MVP So congratulations, Shattered Sniper, for being R6 Siege's MVP. All right, now for today's games. Yeah, we had a great game. The MVPs of today's CSGO match actually came down to a round differential. Each team won one match. But after looking at round differential, congratulations to the Chargers. Great job, everyone, and congratulations to our MVP, Marma. And of course, our finale, last game of the day, League of Legends. We just saw our MVPs, Grizzlies, play 2-0. So would the League of Legends team from University of Glasgow come up here? And congratulations to your match MVP, Brian. All right, so congratulations to all our players today and everyone who won MVP chairs and medals. You guys all played phenomenally this weekend. But only one team can walk away with the crown and the title of BFG 2023 champion, and with this beautiful trophy we have up here. So with a score of 9 points over this entire weekend, congratulations to University of Glasgow Grizzlies. Yeah, and what a special treat this was. We had the previous and the current president of University of Glasgow Grizzlies come up here to accept that award. So congratulations for your back-to-back champions, University of Glasgow Grizzlies. Let's hear it one more time for all the teams out there. All right, well, thank you everyone for a fun event. Unfortunately, that does wrap up BFG 2023, but don't go anywhere. After a brief intermission, we will be having a production show match. They're going to be playing Valorant, and you're not going to want to miss this. Be right back, and we will see you guys all in 5 minutes.
Publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats to turn to a ghost. I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats to turn to a ghost. I need to know everything.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna I just wanna have fun, turn around. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt. I can show you what I'm worth. My hands in the dirt. From where they look when you not. A hand in your purse. Hell if you think I'm last, say last should be first. Go ahead and go feast your eyes. Chefing up, cooking them pies. Leaving no slice, believe on a guy. Who in demand and who got supplies? You on the land, me I'm fly. Look at the miles, I be in skies. Right by my side, miss look at them thighs. Up in Dubai. reaches. Yeah. Backhand if you slick speaking. Yeah. Cut off if that hand reaches. Right. Sucker, I ain't about y'all leeches. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah. All I hear, go get the money, so I go get it. Hate means I do something right, so I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Women with sharks in the tank, Aquaman with how I think. How many could step on the stage and say they taking their art to the bank? You pulling rank, boy, I'm sharp as a shank, making you step to the plank. The Capitan, come get me if you can. I'ma get you if you can. This ain't a prank. I have you waving the flag, cause say I'm all in my bag, getting my bags. Never see me getting bagged by the police sitting in the back. Only if it's with a drink. I tell these shorties relax. It's the return of the Mac. You the return of the slack. I let it burn with the facts. Opposites they do attract. I don't go mess with the ops. I just be calling the shots like I was holding the chop. Then I go hit up the block, cop me a cheese and chop. Probably go get me some top. Release for aftershock. Then I return to the plot. Jacking the gold at the pot. Gotta get it while it's hot.
That's what the love of money does.
It's heavy. Famous love. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots around my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause it's the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught sleep. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, start where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong, till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong, till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Better run when you hear that. I said run when you hear that. Better run when you hear that. I said run when you hear that. Better run when you hear that. I said run when you hear that. I said better run. I said run when you hear that. Run when you hear that. Better run. I said run when you hear that. Run when you hear that.
touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another feed.
Let me get a beat, I kick it.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. You are a new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. get it. I reinvest, stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
There it is. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to, I guess, Battle for Glasgow 2023 After Dark. So, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take these off because the rest of the weekend has been a joke. The rest of the weekend has been silly. The most important game of Battle for Glasgow is now upon us. This is the production show match. Kaiserine, welcome back. I'm so happy to be casting with you after Friday.
Oh, I'm so glad to be back. They missed us.
They missed us. Everyone missed us.
This is the game that I missed us too. I missed us too. This is the game everyone has been waiting for. This is what the entire weekend has been culminating to. Dare I say it? The best match of the evening.
100%. 100%. So
100%.
just for anyone, so just to gain the context here, a lot of the production team here, a lot of the guys that have been operating everything you've seen, from replays, obs, from just entire tournament organization, scheduling, they are now the ones behind us. They are now the ones looking very, very ready in the situations, in the booth. So everyone remaining in the audience, just as a thank you to them, before we even get into the game, make some noise for them, please. All right.
Woo! I'll make some noise.
Yeah, the production team, make some noise for yourself.
Make some noise. Woo! Woo!
Absolutely fantastic. So we're going to be doing one best of one. We haven't decided the map. Most people... There we go. That's what I want. I want the energy. Most people in the production manager's side haven't even played Valorant.
And that's what makes this game so much more exciting. And they're still probably better than me.
There's going to be strats that Pro League has never dreamed of.
Now,
Fnatic is going to watch this and take notes.
Yeah, if you need a player, this is where you need to look. These are prime talent.
So, I mean, I'm already seeing a lot of picks that I'm not particularly surprised by. Chargers Bradini, the resident raise me in the entire of Glasgow Caledonian University. Crawford Scott running it down with the knee on at all times. Always does it every time I play with him. Sater running that cipher. I mean, he runs obs. He plays the camera agent. That makes sense.
Sater Lad is Sater Dad today with that camera. Got lineups.
He's got them lineups for the cipher. And meanwhile, over in Chargers Bunnies, so, oh my days, the teams have been picked. We are well underway. This has been instantaneous. They are out for blood. They are out for anger. This is 4 days more, actually, maybe actually culminating in 3 months of anger, any sort of passive aggression, any maybe debates or falling outs or disagreements. This is all going to be aired out today in this game of Split. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time of BFG, make some noise! Cannot wait. A cheeky Bradini Will Rose from the crowd. Absolutely accurate. And Kai, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. This has been a long weekend, and I'm sure many of the production staff can agree, many of the players can agree, many of the audience members can agree. But it doesn't get better than this. You must have noticed during Agent Select that we had a couple agents there that had level 1 on their player card, but don't be fooled. That means they're number 1.
That means they're number 1.
That means
this is the
number
important
1.
thing as well. This is exactly, there are going to be strats that people are not ready for.
They're
Look
not
at this.
ready.
Look at this crosshair placement.
Oh.
This is crosshair placement you only
Exactly.
see.
With a shorty, surely they get the one in heaven right here.
Sater down. Crawford's got with the flank already. Immediately, they're getting done by Zazie. Sater, though, absolutely becoming the father of the team, chasing the teams around pillars, gets bunnies, going for the ace already. We're not going to do this again. As immediately the crew's going around pillar. It's just Crawford's got the knife. Oh, they don't know.
But they still get the kill.
But Zanzi goes down. And Yao Locke as the first one to finish it off and put the first round on the board.
No, I thought we were going to see a knife there.
I thought we were going to see a knife, and I was like, we're already going through CS again. We're already doing it. There's already knife kills happening.
There wasn't a knife kill. I thought there was going to be a death.
Oh, yeah.
But they got the kill anyway.
Oh,
and that's just brutal.
What a flick, to
And
be
the
fair.
teabag.
As I said, pent up aggression, anger, anything that could have went wrong in terms of production issues. You know, everyone did such a good time, but tensions, you know, when stresses are that high and mistakes are made, you know, there can be frustrations.
Yeah.
This is the best way to air them out in Split, in Valorant, where everyone will do exactly what they can to show that they are the best player in this production team. And we're already going through all the blast packs.
Here we go.
It's flights.
Oh!
It's flights. It's flights, ladies and gentlemen. Crawford Scott immediately coming off of the back of that swing, trying to get the stun through, picks up the Guardian kill onto Emoji Bear, and the double swing coming through. The short, the knife! The knife!
Oh, we got the knife!
Yeah, do it again! Do it again! And Crawford Scott, who just came off the back of League, a few losses not deterring him from carving up one of the attacking players. 2-0 already, ladies and gents.
I mean, I wouldn't take that lightly.
No.
No, absolutely not.
That was disrespectful.
Surely some Odins come out now after that.
Judges are coming out. Odins are coming out. Ares are coming out. Shorties from across the map are coming out.
You know, the real MVP of this game is going to be the one with the most knife kills at the end of the match.
100%. I wish we could give them a GT Omega chair. Unfortunately, we can't.
Oh, and Bradini already just dominating that mid area. I'd be afraid to go mid.
No, 100%. I mean, look at that. You tell they're rushing down. I mean, the Neon Stuns come through. The Raisne has come through. Mel May Soleil picks up one. Nearly picks up 2.
And the overkill.
The Odin's already out. This is absolute incredible stuff. And the push comes up mid. Yellow gets 1. Only good for 1. Bunnies is good for him. And it's 1 versus 3. It's Sater.
It's all down to Sater Dad.
It's Sater Dad.
Gonna pick up the orb, but still doesn't have that ult yet.
But they don't know. They have no clue where Sater Dad is. He's good. He's got the time. He's got the
He
patience.
knows. Oh, it's good for 2. It's a 1v1. All down to Sater Dad here, and knows exactly where they are and gets it. Sater Dad with the clutch.
And he's up, and he's standing. That's a bannable offense, Sater. Back to the obs machine you go.
Unfortunately, the penalty for that is
a DQ.
Is a DQ, yeah. So it is now a 5v4.
I'm sorry, Sater.
Sorry, Sater.
Your time at BFG has come to an end.
It has come
you
to
may
an
leave.
end.
What a clutch, to be fair, though. That patience to come through. That swing from Charger's Bunny, so close, but...
Beautifully played.
So, just to let you know, Sater is silver. You see it? If you see
Just
that?
like me, for real.
Yo, for real, no cap.
No cap.
No cap.
On jaw.
Oh! God damn! Absolutely incredible stuff. The op swing.
Oh, it misses!
It doesn't hit. How does that not hit?
It was a warning shot. It was a
yeah,
warning
it was
shot.
a warning shot. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Oh! And Zanzi does not do warning shots. Zanzi is out for blood. The sheriff shots are coming out as well. Not going to be enough.
Is better. Gets that spike.
That spike down, but Zanzi does not fire warning shots, ladies and gentlemen. And the smokes come down now. Everything calming down.
Oh.
Volganone gets picked up. Oh no, but Zanzi's been fine. Look at the strafe.
No. Oh, no.
Look at the missing.
Oh,
my days. It's bonkers.
Oh!
You're fried!
Oh! Zanzi does not fire warning shots, ladies and gentlemen.
Zanzi just cooked.
Oh, he's
He
cooked.
cooked.
He's in the oven. I don't think he's done cooking.
No, he's
we
not
got
done
more.
cooking. No, there's
That was a Zanzi 3K?
Zanzi 3K.
Surely this round 4, and then aces here on out. This is Zanzi's game. This is
Zanzi-
Zanzi's map.
I mean, there's a reason he puts the sweet in sweet Zanzi. That was absolutely beautiful.
Sweet.
No hesitation. The ult came out. There's no worried about wasting it. I've always said that some people hold on to their ults way too long and they don't get any value. Zanzi, ult ready, X pressed, vent melted.
Use it or lose it. And Zanzi used it, and it's going to get it right back if he has more
Use your
rounds
head
like
or
that.
lose your head versus Crawford.
Oh, what a beautiful shot. Zanzi goes down.
Oh, what a stunt. But Sater and Bradini swinging off. Sater not needing that help. The stun off was beautiful, and it is just Mel May Sly all on their own, unfortunately. The spike down. They're getting their bearings. They're not quite sure. Oh,
But
no.
you know what? This
Oh, no.
crosshair right there,
Oh.
it does have aimbot. But the knife comes out from Bradini. That is another round for the defenders there, and that is just brutal.
That's so unfair. She's never played. She's played the game once, I believe, entirely. Oh, there's not a replay, is there? Oh, no, it's that. That was absolutely beautiful. What a swing from
The patience there. Oh.
You're right. The patience there was
The patience
beautiful.
there was beautiful, and unfortunately, the patience on that last one, not so nice. That's got to feel bad. You can't do that to a new player. And you also can't do it to me. I might cry.
Yeah, no, exactly. You know, it's just unfair. It's bullying. But at least for the moment, I mean, look at that. Look at that basic crosshair. But now the minimum fan.
No, the basic crosshair has aimbot, actually.
It does. It does.
does.
It's OP. Why do you think no one else?
Gets caught with the knife out. Charge Bunnies gets the opening pick, and already we're in a 5v3.
They need this. They really
They
need this.
do
The
need
Seekers
this.
are up. Oh my days, Crawford
gets it.
only good for one. They trade the all out emoji pair going down. The pre-fire through the smoke. Actually pretty close to the outlook. The Killjoy nade going to go through. Not going to stop the defuse. The second one comes through. Not going to stop the plant. Sorry, not the defuse the plant. But now the cabbage as the lettuce comes through. The smoke. The spray is good. And it's 1v4. Sater is where one. He's done it before.
But can he do it again?
Oh my days, it's so close. Oh, the flash comes through.
But you know what? He gets a kill there. He has his ult again. It's just
but it doesn't matter. Bunnies gets it.
Bunnies was out for revenge and got it. That is another round on the board there for the attackers.
Spray into teabag combo. It is a true combo, ladies and gentlemen. It cannot be missed.
It does not get more toxic than production playing in a match, really.
No, it doesn't.
Especially at the end of a tournament.
I mean, look at that. That swing really good. 3 players on Crawford Scott. Good for one, but how could you be good for any more? That flank coming through from below. Not really getting too much use out of the ult, to be honest. Particularly Mel May not able to kind of play off it the way they should. Sater, it's very scarily close to another flank, but no, not quite. And goes down. Oh, I'm Karatz, though.
Oh, I love that positioning right there.
Oh, my days.
Oh! Zanzi.
Oh.
Good for one, but gets immediately traded out. And that was a quick round there for the defenders.
That really was. First Sater using the Cypher ult to try and figure out, where's the last Kai? But unfortunately, he's already been dead, buried, put in the forever box, moved on. We've moved on to the next
Well, you know
round.
what? It's not quite a forever box because we still do see it reflected in the scoreline here.
True, to be fair. No, it's not quite. It's the temporary box.
And in the VOD.
And
in our memories.
They do. They live in
Remember
our hearts,
this,
our minds.
Yeah, this
our
is a
souls.
best of one, so this is the only chance to get out all those pent-up aggressions like you've been saying here.
Any kind of petty feelings you may have, no matter how petty they are, they're coming through, and Crawford immediately repositioning from that Neon. Very little noise made onto the A side. Potential over-rotate, actually, from the side of Chargers, Bunnies, and Co. Actually, we haven't came up for it. I don't think the captains didn't give us any names, so.
Oh, I think we can make up our own names.
Yeah, I think so. I think we got time.
What are you thinking?
We'll let it cook. We'll let it.
Dancy's team.
I mean, Zanzi's team did cook.
He literally cooked them.
The Rosa! The Rosa from Bradini!
We knew it was going to come out, and it comes out here in round 8. There could be a potential for some more roses this game, but that's got to feel bad.
He blast backs through. Emoji Bear gets the res as well. That's a 4 versus 2. We said that there might be a potential Rosa from Bradini, and ladies and gentlemen, there has already been one. As Satyr now creeps up. Completely silent. The Riot Gun Buddy giving him all the aimbot he needs, but the play being very well positioned here. Not quite ready. Close.
Somehow gets that.
Pretty close, but
bullet in the
Emoji
head
Pair holding the angle, ready for it. Just hiding close.
Oh,
like
had a nice crosshair for a little bit, but we are going to jump speak and spot out Emoji Pair, but Emoji Pair is better. It's once again all down to Satyr Dad, who over-rotated a little bit, but that's okay.
Oh, it doesn't
Still
change
needs
this angle.
3.
Bunnies gets this every
Yep.
single time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and
the teabag!
It's savage. There is only bad blood here, ladies and gentlemen.
It is.
So happy.
It is Bunnies versus Satyr.
Yeah.
Right now.
You know what? After Satyr's cruel remark to me about my obs, this has been just desserts. Oh, that's cute.
But you know what? Satyr was obs right before you.
Satyr was absolutely.
Satyr was obs.
Satyr
and
was.
now Satyr is dead. But all good. Everyone gets revived for the next round. It's now round 9.
Oh, we're absolutely coming. I mean, the fact that this is actually remaining pretty close as well. I mean, it's 5-3. Both teams have been using their util really well. Some really excellent swings, really excellent shots have been coming through. And the Skydog does come through as well. Crawford Scott just doing the jump peek and trying to get all the information they can. And it is just vibing. Oh, Bunnies picks up the op, and Gratz too picks up nearly a third, just the turret. Bolganon, though, immediately spored on by that. Gets a 3K. Charges Bunnies getting the heal as well as the Reyna, all absolute tank, basically back to full health as if nothing happened, gets a 2K and then walks away with it. Satyr Dad gets the swing onto the screens, doesn't find anyone, they know where he is, trying to get that peaks down. It's not Satyr actually, I'm sorry, it's Bradini. Satyr's all the way up in heaven trying to get that pick through, gonna swing through the smoke.
Oh, gonna find one, but gets immediately traded up by Charge Bunnies again on Satyr Dad.
He's absolutely his kryptonite. The fans coming through. They know where he is now.
Freeze.
Bolganon on 1 HP. Can't heal himself. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, no, no. Not like this.
Oh.
No! It misses. Oh! Both so incredibly low. But doesn't matter. Charge. Oh!
The right click. The right click. That's not going to happen to Charges Bradini, not at this moment anyway. There is a potential clutch moment here. Everyone's basically in low health, but Zanzi, no, takes him down by 4. Why? Oh, gotta do it to him.
Teabag. Always feels worse when it's your friends.
Oh, it does. It's so much better when it's your friends.
It's so much better when it's your friends.
It's so much better. You get to watch them suffer.
We talked about airing frustrations out here in this game, but I think there's a potential this might cause a couple more frustrations to pop up.
I hope not. I hope everyone just kind of has their fun, you know, airs their frustration.
I'm having fun.
I'm having a crap top fun. I think
they look like they're having fun.
Based on the way everyone's got big smiles on them. There's a coach actually for the side of Bunnies, Diego, from the lovely base player, our resident Siege player, who got absolutely cheated, unfortunately for him. The reason he oh my days, Chargers Bradini getting all the kills with the util, gets the sheriff pick as well. He's on for the ace. He's on for the ace. He blast backs through the 360. It's not enough. Bolganon goes down. Bolganon picks him up, and the flank now from Satyr Dad gonna come through. Oh, the spray's good. Picks up one and finds Bolganon for a 6-4 finish. Only 2 more rounds left in this half, Kai.
Only 2 more rounds left in this half, but it's still anyone's game. I think we're seeing a 6-6. What do you think?
I think it's pretty even. I mean, everyone's once again. It's really nice to see people so willing to use their ultimate. It's really nice to see people that do just get it and they throw it out rather than sit there, try and wait for the ultimate, you know, the best time to use it, and they end up wasting it because the half ends.
No, you know what? This is just a fun game, and we're seeing how useful those ults really can be. I think a lot of times people do try to save them, but look how much information we've gotten from them and abilities here.
No, exactly. And I mean, Satyrs like had these lineups and stuff. You know, that's actually quite a bit of util cleared there. They know where the Cypher Cam is. They know one of the tripwires are gone. Another one set up in its place. But this push through is going to be pretty damn effective, actually. The Seeker's not going to be quite enough. The camera goes down. The pre-fire from Bunnies does actually find the other cam as well. My man is on that information grind right now.
But you know what? It looks like they are baiting that rotate over to the B site, and they're playing a little bit of a default here. But one immediately goes down. Emoji pair unfortunately goes down mid.
Oh, and the defender Killjoy from Sawyers, yeah, immediately gunned down with the Odin. The flank from Sweet Zanzi, immediately happy to walk away. He doesn't need anything more. That overcommits came through, and now all of a sudden the side of Berdini, they don't really know exactly where to go anymore. A lot of the maps now been opened up. Zanzi has a lot more control than maybe they were willing to give him. The smoke comes through on mid, and Zanzi just going to keep flanking. This doesn't come through mid actually, but Bunnies has got the hold on Melme, protecting the squad.
Ooh,
Crawford good for
shots.
one.
Looking for the other one, but Charge Bunny's not going to give him that.
Oh, but it's a bait. Because right behind everyone.
But they saw Melme
knife,
slay there, but
the
they're
knife,
just going
the
out
knife.
with the knives anyway.
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Zanzi has used the bait perfectly. Satyr has to bail the Brimstone out of what could have been a 4K, and now 15 HP in a dream. As the spike goes down on the A site, Chargers Bunnies has to do it all.
Yeah, but if Charge Bunnies can just isolate one and get that overheal off, stands a chance in this 1v2.
He's a gunner, but the ult's going to come through. That solo ult, they know exactly where Reyna is now. It's going to be difficult to make this work.
Yeah, but if any agent was built for these clutch situations, it's Reyna.
I mean, they have
Just
to do
try
it.
not to peek.
They have to do it fast. They can't give up too much time. That spike has already ticked down, but yeah, that spike now about to start getting diffused by
And
Amkraz.
it is going to start. Unfortunately, that does put pressure here on it. And not going to get it. Satyr dead. Out for revenge, and down goes Bunnies. 7-4.
I mean, they're absolutely making this a one to behold. They really are, Kai. I mean, genuinely, this has been as fun just to witness, just to let the production really show their colors as well. You know, some of them obviously don't play the game as much, but some of them do have untold talent. I mean, Bradini just reached Ascendant, I think a week or two ago, which maybe for some not the most impressive feat, but
It's impressive to me.
I mean, it's an impressive feat for a lot of people that aren't gatekeepers.
Yeah.
You know, I think it comes down to it. So
You know what? If you're a gatekeeper, you are not invited to BFG after dark.
True. No gatekeepers allowed in BFG.
We gatekeep gatekeepers
Which is
here.
ironically enough, I was about to say that's gatekeeping, which I like. That's a hustle. But this is going to come through now. But congratulations to Chargers Berdini for it. One of the Cypher trips immediately going down for the dog again. That pre-fire going down, they're so wary of it. They know exactly where it is. That camera going down as well. There's no Cypher utility left other than the Cypher cages. They're about to go down one. Sweet Zanzi. Taking his sweet time.
But you know what? He has all the time in the world. There's still over a minute left on the clock. Util is coming down, and it is worth noting. We didn't talk a lot about these agent makeups, but Brimstone is the only controller we see out here on this map.
We do see, you know, we've had some very much like consistent double control. That's the showstopper for 3! Oh! That is a non-Rosa. Chargers Bradini has absolutely redeemed himself, picks up the 4th on the Bunnies, and brings the defending side to 8-4 on that half. I really have to give it to him. That was a hell of a showstopper.
You know, Brodini had that Rosa ult earlier and wanted to show, hey, I was just new boot goofing. I can do a little bit better than that. And that he did, ending up with a 4K with 3 from this. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. And finds the 4th right there at the end. Oh, what a round.
That was a sick round.
That was a sick round.
That show got stopped. And now we move on to the different half. The change of half is coming through, and that aggressive hold, to be fair, that very defensive side from the what was the defending side. I mean, they had Cypher, they had Killjoy, they had Sova. You know, their stack is very defense sided. Whenever it comes down to attack now, they really have to rely on post plants. You know, Killjoy's not as effective without the post plant. Cypher's not that effective unless, you know, they are doing anti-flank. So that is 2 players that do get a lot less info now. But
yeah, absolutely. And the classic shots coming out, and just brutal there on Melme Slay. They're in mid and Bradini. That's another one. That feels so bad. He's just toying with them.
I mean, they are. I mean,
he's turned up after that.
I mean, yeah,
After
but
that
Zanzi,
ult
to be
there.
fair, they do pick up 2. Oh, they're about to pick up 3, actually. All of a sudden, this became a 2 versus 2. Don't know how that happened. But Bolganone looking likely to get picked up. Yeah, knife out, Charges Bradini pushing through. And yeah, that blast pack in through mid to kill both Melme.
Oh, it's Zanzi.
Oh!
Gets Bradini.
He's done it before.
He can do it again.
He's done it. Yeah, he can do it again. He can do this again.
Oh,
one, two.
and
He's
does
done
it!
it! Sweet Zanzi, the clutch master, with a beautiful sheriff shot. God damn.
Zanzi, that was very sweet.
That was so
That was
sweet.
so
That was
sweet.
so sweet. Let's see that again. Let's just admire.
Oh,
Bang!
beautiful, beautiful. Just one tap to the head.
And then 2, and then there's a couple, the spray a bit more panicked, but didn't matter. Found the shots in the end. That's 1 there. That's 2.
It doesn't matter if you don't hit your first shots if your enemy doesn't either.
True. That's a completely accurate statement.
Yeah, and
you know
that
what?
movement, it's okay if you miss if you're able to move in strafe and just hit your shot in the end. And Zanzi,
That's what you always say. No matter how bad it is, if you win the fight, your enemy's worse. No matter how bad you are, the enemy's worse. And this, speaking of this, though, speaking of making the enemy feel worse, this push coming through. Unfortunately for Emoji Pair, not
So
quite able to
close,
get
but-
Crawford. Charges Bunny's coming through, but that is an entire steamroller coming in over him. Not going to be able to heal it. Sweet Zanzi with the flying Charges. Berdini returning that sheriff shot that just entered his dome
and
last
it's going to
round.
pick up that judge there as well. Looks like this is going to be kind of rotated over towards this B site. Shots missing, but they know where each other are. And Gratz just not able to hit that head. Olga gets one. It's now a 3v2.
And they are now going to have to come through. This is a 2 versus 3. The post-plant situation so good for Bradini and co. I mean, that Cypher and that Killjoy are both there. I did say that this is what you really need. You want these post-plant situations from an attacking lineup like this, and they have absolutely delivered. Even if they get the picks, they have to clear so much of this bomb. I mean, Bolga does go down, doesn't get half. Mel gets 1, but found by Bradini and the judge, and judged accordingly.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you.
Right,
The team's, though, still very happy, very energetic. This is what you want to hear after this. I mean, the amount of hours that basically everyone here has put in, they have poured their hearts and souls into this. And sometimes, errors have happened and, things haven't went as smoothly. But I genuinely do say, I'm so grateful I was here. I'm so grateful I was part of it. I'm so grateful everyone that I've met here was a part of it. And I'm really hoping that they felt the same way.
I absolutely felt the same way. I couldn't have asked for a better team to travel all the way here to Scotland. It's too bad I'm going back, but I can't wait till next year, whether I'm working or watching. It's just been such a blast. So thank you to the production team for putting on such a great event, and thank you, the audience members, for sticking around and showing your support for them. Can we hear another round of applause for production? Woo!
I'll do it.
Woo!
Oh my day, speaking of round of applause though, we're clapping for Emoji Pair, an absolutely gorgeous kill on the Seder. The positioning was clean. Charges Berdini though immediately picking up the nade kill. And Charges Berdini really just showing up for this. He wants a Bolga though with a gorgeous shot from the Ghost. Where was that? That was all the way on the side. The Neon stun immediately, I believe Crawford doing the fast lane and then Neon stunning himself, which is an absolute true combo. And the defense side are all kind of boxed in. There's no plan. Why are you not just taking this? Why are you not just taking the spike and just walking away with it? What is this attack?
Well, you know what? You don't need the spike at all if you can get your enemies first.
True. There's only 30 seconds left. Bolga on 1 HP, very literally. Oh my days! It's actually enough to take out Gratz as well. It finally does go down though from Yao Lock, and now this is it. Bunny's with the knife out. Does it ready. Yao Lock goes down. Oh no. It's all on Judy. It's all on Bear. She's going for it. She's pushing the right click. Oh my days!
Emoji Pair.
A beautiful shot from Yao Lock to bail themselves out of what almost looked to be a guaranteed shutdown round.
Down to 26 HP there in the end, but was able to get that last kill there on Emoji Pair, and that's brutal.
That's really
brutal.
I mean, look at how close this was. Like, that was, my days. That spray just wasn't there. The classic can sometimes give, and the classic can sometimes take away.
And it 100% took there. Not a life, just the round.
Just the round.
The round.
Bolga now. The dog actually just with a scream from Crawford. The swing comes through. Bolga good for one, only good for one as the flank goes down. And now actually it does look like Emoji pair repositioning. A bit lost, unsure of the map. Immediately gets picked up. Grats because of it. But Bunnies though, at very least with the refrag, and that's exactly what you want to need. We do see the Brimstone all come down. The spike is going to be stuck. Satyr is going to fry because of it though. It's a 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1 as Bunnies gets the pick. Where's the last one? Oh, it's Crawford Scott. He's in bus. I think they know where it is. The spike's going to get tapped. It's going to be held. The swing comes through. But Bunnies. Crawford Scott with a clutch with a stinger.
Stinger clutch. Stinger clutch. Stinger clutch.
Bradini and co have been absolutely clutch demons these last few runs. I believe the coach from Bunnies, Diego, saying, and I quote, "I can't hear you from the sweat dripping from your forehead."
Yeah, and what looked so almost evenly matched that first half. Completely the tides have changed here once we swapped halves.
No, exactly, and it's been coming through. The pace that Bradini and co have been playing, though, is absolutely incredible. Oh my days, Zanzi though and Emoji able to pick up both. The shorty misses, but no, Emoji pair can't get the shot. And Satyr recorrects his mistake, gets the pick, but the knife.
Oh, the knife's coming out.
It's not enough. What's happening? The knife
I'm nervous.
Yeah, no, what just happened there? The flash isn't enough. The shorty though. Bolga knows exactly where Satyr is. They need to pick up this kill. Melme is about to find him. Melme, that range favors Melme. Satyr cannot get out with a spike, and it's 1 versus 3 now. And Bradini.
I love all these shorty shots from long ranges.
I'm so glad everyone's having fun. I'm so glad. The blast pack coming through. This shorty.
But it's gonna. It's gonna find one. Bolga just looking the wrong way, and another one there for Bradini on Melme Slay. It's now a 1v1 yet again. Can they get around on the board here? Bunnies looking to do just that, but the spike is going to be picked up. It looks like it's just a game of cat and mouse. 24 seconds left, but that's surely enough time to get this plant down. It couldn't find the plant button, but all good now. Spike is going to go down. Now, just down. Duelist versus Duelist. Bradini versus Bunnies. Battle of the Bees.
The Showstopper versus the planted spike.
The Phantom versus the Shorty.
As Bunnies just goes through immediately to halves. There's no way. There's no way. Is Bunny sticking it? Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
But Pros should have faked Bradini with the Shorty. Brings us to match point.
This has been absolutely incredible. Now 4 ults for the side of Bradini and friends.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we see 4 of them come out this last round. So
actually,
close.
You know what? We'll say Bradini friend group, so they're BFG.
Bradini friend group and Bunny's friend group.
And Bunny's friend. Well, then it's BFG and BFG, and we don't know which team's which.
BFG 2023 and BFG 20, BFG 23.
I don't mind that. Let's go with that. All right, so BFG 20 is currently 12 points. Match point BFG 23 needing to try and come up with something a bit more. The
Odin comes out.
They know where Zanzi is now, though. The 360. Bunnies with the judge. Runs through the smoke. He wants these kills with the judge. Finds Satyr down about to.
It's going to get it.
Finds another one.
Bunnies.
Doesn't find Sova.
And it's going to get the overheal, but has 1 bullet. It's going to go reload, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Gratz tries to swing out, but Bunny's going to get that kill. Picks up the op, and that is a 1v4 situation right here. Has the operator looking mid.
And everyone's just gathered around this spike now. Everyone a bit confused, getting a look at it, making sure they're trying to make sure they don't know. They're trying to make sure that Bradini's found out the scope, the no scope coming through. It's not quite enough. The repossession, the classic's been pulled out. The no scope's not enough either. The right clicks are coming. The right clicks are coming, and the thrifty.
Look at that sprayed teabag util. They're back in this, and they're feeling it. Bunnies, beautiful round there.
I mean, they still have a lot to go. They still have a lot to do, but at the very least, it's not 12-5. It's now 12-6, ladies and gentlemen. So you know what? We'll take that as we move on to this. We will absolutely will. It's getting a bit chiller in here. It absolutely is getting a little bit cozier. Everyone's happier.
Oh, I'm happy. The players are happy. The audience is happy. The
Everyone's
winners are going to be happy.
Oh, and speaking of the winners, Chargers Bunnies and a gorgeous shot. I'm
2 shots with the up.
2 shots, 2 kills. The showstopper, though, good for 1. There is no Rosa here. Mel May being slayed. Unfortunately, oh, the option.
Oh, they're going to hold. Locke going to get that pick on Bolganon. Bringing this back to a 3v3. Remember, this is match point. BFG23 needs to win 6 runs in a row to bring this to OT, but I think they can do it. Especially when you have Bunnies getting 3 with the up. Just needs to find 2 more. And the timing.
Oh no. Oh, the timing. Oh, the no scope.
Oh, the timing.
Emoji paramel. Oh no.
Oh no, no.
Oh no. Oh, the knife sight. Oh no. They have no clue what's happening.
Oh no.
They have no clue what's happening.
Oh my God. And it's just too late.
Melme.
Oh!
And actually finds Melme as well. Sater, though, picking up another one. Gets Chargers Bunnies, and that's us.
And that's game.
Where did that end come from? What looked like it maybe was going to be a bit of a closer round absolutely ended in domination with this flank from Yao Log. The knife into the kill, into Sater picking up Bunnies to finish it off in a matter of seconds.
I mean, Bunnies did the best they could there. Got 3 with that operator. But again, that beautiful flank, and nobody was watching their backs.
The flanks from, we see there the match MVPs, the captains, both of them. Bradini managing to take home the entire match MVP. Unfortunately, no GT Omega chair for him.
No GT Omega chair for him, but there's still a chance. If you tag GT Omega Racing and Charge Esports UK with the hashtag BFG Omega with a picture of this event, you too can have a chance to win a GT Omega chair. So he could be going home with one if he wins.
I know he goes. He could just take the picture, and he could take the picture from the start, and that's it. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think that has been a final send-off for the production. Once again, thank you so much to everyone watching. Thank you so much to all of the lovely production-turned-players, I should say, behind me for absolutely helping make this the best thing ever. Thank you very much to GT Omega, all our lovely sponsors. It's a big thank you from me, Mad Dante Killer, Shorten it to MDK to make it sweeter. I mean, you need no introduction at this point, but to give yourself the introduction that you so deserve.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to thank everyone, production especially, for letting me be a part of your event. Quite a long trip to get here, but it was so incredibly worth it. Unfortunately, my little trip here to Scotland is over, and that is the end of BFG 2023. But don't worry, we will be back next year. Make sure you follow us, Charge Esports UK on Instagram and Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And one last thing, just before, one little cheer from the audience, and can have one wave from the players, turn production on their stands just towards the camera. Everyone wave each other up, make one last some noise!
Yeah. Woo!
And
Don't look too excited.
From myself, goodbye.
From myself, goodbye as well. You guys have been a pleasure to host, and I can't wait to see you guys next time.